Dogman or Demons, from Dogman97. I live in the northeast of England, in a small village in the county of Durham. I am 24 years old, and this encounter happened when I was 17. I have had several encounters, but I think this may be the best story to start with. In the summer of 2015, me and my two friends, Jake and Ryan, decided to camp out in Castle Eden Forest. We brought with us some alcohol, and we also thought it would be a good idea to take a Bluetooth speaker with us. We arrived around 8 o'clock. It was still light out, so we decided on a spot and pitched our tents. This area was off track, uphill, and quite the hike, especially since we were carrying our tents, bags, and crates of beer. Nevertheless, we made it unharmed and excited for the night ahead. The first encounter that happened, I did not see, but both my friends did. Initially, I thought they were just trying to freak me out. The area where we pitched our tents was flat, but surrounded by trees and two hills. One of them was at an incline in front of us. The other was a sheer drop behind us and to the side. We had hiked up the safe way. While I was unzipping my tent bag, both my friends began cursing, and at first I thought they were arguing with each other. It was in a split second when I realized they were looking up at the hill and through the trees. "Did you see that?" Jake looked at me, and I replied by just shaking my head and going back down to unpack my tent. "That was weird," Ryan shouted. "What are you talking about?" I asked, thinking nothing of it. Then both my friends confirmed the same thing. When I look back on this now, I can say they were spooked, but not so much to have us all running back home already. Both my friends recalled to me seeing a big red wolf demon. That was both their words. They agreed on what they saw. Just a side note for a little perspective for the readers. We don't have wolves in the UK. The two of them described it as best they could, seeing it from a distance. They said it was red, like a rusty color, with shiny red eyes and a gray face. They said it moved like a dog, but then it hid behind a tree and used arms and hands to peer out from behind it. They then said it crawled like a man out of their sight. The night went on as usual, with them occasionally mentioning this wolf, and I kept hoping they were just pretending, because in all honesty, it started to freak me out the darker the night grew. Sometime around midnight, Jake mentioned the battery for his speaker was low. It was shortly after that when we all heard a collection of strange noises. They were loud enough that we could hear them over the speaker. So we kind of just sat there, listening and looking at each other, silently trying to figure out what it was we were listening to. We heard a low hissing sound at first. It went on for at least a minute, maybe a minute and a half. Then we heard thuds in the distance, followed by snapping twigs. Coincidentally, and I say that with all irony, because it sounds so cliché, but I assure you it happened, the speaker ran out of battery. I believe then my two friends went pale. I believe I also went pale listening to the sounds around us. I felt the blood rush to my face, my chest just locking up. I was so creeped out. I didn't want to breathe. I could literally hear my heartbeat. The hissing turned into a very sharp growl, like high-pitched, but it had an immense volume to it. Sorry if this is a bad description of the noise, but the best way I can describe it is that it was like the noise of an angry house cat. It had a sort of moan to it, but the growl had a bubbling sound. I know it sounds strange, but trust me, it was absolutely terrifying. To make things worse, another noise came from up the hill I mentioned before. Now, the best way to explain this noise was something big saying rot or rock. It was very deep. It reminded me of a gorilla. Then it just growled. It was a very low rumble. By the time this had happened, the other noise had stopped. We were absolutely petrified. We didn't know what was going on. The next thing that happened is possibly one of the scariest things I've ever experienced in my entire life. There was a sudden explosion of twigs and branches breaking, and there was 100% something running around in the trees. It was very heavy and very fast, and yet we could see nothing. Then it happened. It sounded like a dogfight. That's the best way I can explain it. Like a really violent, loud, and disturbing dogfight. It was so loud to the left of me, I jumped up to my feet and shouted at it. I had 1,000 things going through my mind, and I assumed it was someone out there playing a really good prank on us. Believe me when I say that when I shouted, "Stop it!" as loud as I could, you'd barely be able to hear it. The commotion went on for at least a couple of minutes. It felt like a lifetime. Now, I have no idea how we mustered the courage, but we all got up and we ran for it. We left our tents, our bags. Ryan left his mobile phone, and I left my house keys. We literally rolled down the hill to get away, and we sprinted for the exit. We have spoken about this encounter many times, and each time we tell it to people, they all strangely sort of believe us. It was too much to make up, and we all encountered and remembered the same things. So, after I actually looked into what it could have been, I'm pretty convinced it was a dogman. Ryan also believes it was a werewolf, or something of the sort, but Jake seems to think it was something else, perhaps a demon. A Dark Night in North Carolina, from Lapel Guy 9. This story happened around 12 years ago. I would have been around 15 back then. I grew up in a rural area of North Carolina. There wasn't really a lot to do growing up, but thankfully I had a few cousins that lived nearby, as well as my sister, so we found plenty of things to get into. It helped that we were relatively close in age as well. We lived in a pretty inconspicuous area. Just a few family members or friends, and just a basic little stretch of road, which connected to a local state park. It was the kind of neighborhood where it was either someone you've known your entire life, or it was straight up family. Anyway, this happened around the end of July, whenever we were already gearing up to go back to school. My cousins, my sister, and I decided we were going to have one last bash before we headed back to school the following month. We decided that we were going to have a quote-unquote seance in the woods. If you go a mile or so behind my uncle's house, who lived directly behind us, there is what is officially called a psychiatric hospital. But in the spirit of total honesty, it was an asylum for the criminally insane. The individuals which lived in that psychiatric hospital were pretty nasty cases, the kind of people that the medical psychiatric industry were frankly too scared to deal with. So they stuck them in places like this, to sort of get them out of the public. I know that living a mile from a psych ward, you can literally cut through the woods to get to, sounds like it would be all kinds of spooky fun. But it was never something that we cared or even talked about. I mean, it's not like we'd ever do anything to get sent there. Anyway, the patients were not treated very well there, and the staff was highly underqualified. But thankfully, we had a pretty good local sheriff's department, who kept a 24/7 eye on the place. So much so, there was armed officers on ATVs that would patrol the woods around the place, usually once a day, to make sure everything was as it should be. You have to understand that the vast majority of these patients were people who had already been in and out of the system, usually a couple of times before they arrived here. On this particular night, things just didn't really sit right. But as I stated before, we weren't skittish teenagers. This was a safe area, a place we knew well, and we were surrounded by friends, family, and law enforcement was nearby, so we were virtually fearless most 99% of the time. We sucked in our guts and soldiered on. My older cousin and my sister decided that we should go farther into the woods than we had ever gone before. After all, if we were going to do this, we needed to do it right. We had all of our, we'll say, makeshift seance supplies in our backpacks. We headed out into the woods and got to the spot in which we were going to have our seance. This was an area that my uncle had taken my older cousin a few summers before on a hunting trip. As we began to set everything up, we had a radio playing, as well as some large outdoor lanterns, the kind especially made for camping. We also had food, beer, cigarettes, and anything else we could steal from my uncle and not get caught. You know, all the fixings and trimmings to set up for a long night of fun. Before we even had a chance to begin our seance, we started to hear strange things in the woods. Being relatively unafraid, we assumed it was some kind of animal. We were obviously raised in the area, so that wasn't anything new. It was usually just something small like a raccoon or possum. We ignored the sounds and they stopped. Then we went back to our fun, laughing, drinking, smoking, and fixing to start the seance. Then, out of the blue, we began to hear a faint voice calling, "Hey, come here." This was not a voice from anyone in the group. So, naturally, we all assumed that someone had recorded something on their phone and they were just trying to scare us. We all just kind of shrugged it off. We were like, oh yeah, whatever. My oldest cousin continued with the seance until we heard it again. "Hey, come here." At this point, even though I was a bit younger than the rest of the group, I stood up and I spoke angrily to the group. "All right then, enough is enough. Whichever one of you is playing that crap on their phone, grow a pair and stick it down in front of the group." I had become kind of irritated that the seance was being ruined and interrupted. I was assuming someone was just out there messing with us and being rude. We all pulled up the home screens of our phones, letting each other investigate them. We also emptied our pockets, proving that it was none of us. The rational-minded would have assumed that one of us in the group simply cleared their phone off and set it down. But literally within 5 minutes, we heard the voice again. But this time it wasn't so vanilla, if you will. This time, it was angry, and it said, "Get over here, now." By then, we were all terrified. Frozen in fear, we looked at each other, and all at once, we ran. Leaving everything behind, we kept going and going, not even caring what direction we were going in. The longer we ran, the more the footsteps that were following behind us became faint. As the trees began to part, we saw bright flashing lights. Assuming we were approaching a road, we ran towards it, not caring if it was a wreck or a traffic stop. We just wanted a cop. As we broke the wood line, our hearts began to pound in terror, even harder than they already were. Then we saw what was in front of us. It was the psych ward. A cop stood in front of his car, then saw us and shined a light, saying, "What the heck are you guys doing? Don't you know a patient escaped? And there's a girl missing." We shuddered briefly, then broke down in tears and explained to him what was happening. Clearly seasoned on the job, the officer tried to calm us down, then told one of the younger officers to take us home. After what felt like hours of heck in the woods, it was finally over. After a 10-minute car ride, we were back at my uncle's house, like nothing had ever happened. The patient who had escaped was never given a name, nor were they ever apprehended. And the girl who I sadly knew, named Paige Campbell, was found dead off the highway going out of town by a patrol officer at around 6 the following morning. Paige had been a 17-year-old cheerleader. She and I had always got along pretty well, but we weren't incredibly close. Because an underage girl had been murdered that night, the cops tried to keep the whole situation quiet for the family's sake. because we all know how the media can get. Over time, it kind of just faded from memory, and life, as it so often and cruelly does, eventually moved on. Now, to say that it was for sure the psych patient who killed her may be a stretch, or maybe just my own imagination. But you have to admit that between our experience in the woods and then later on the same night Paige ending up murdered, it's pretty darn strange and creepy. We oftentimes talk about that night and what could have been. It's honestly become a story we tell at almost every holiday get-together or family barbecue. Kind of our screwed up and twisted way of processing it, I guess. The vast majority of the time, I can just kind of look back at it, like a memory of ignorant teen bliss. But other times, now that I'm an adult, the reality sets in about what could have really happened in those woods, and it chills me to the bone to think of what could have been. Paige's mom eventually moved out of town, after a few years of strange stares and the, "Oh honey, how are you?" the kind that small towns are known all too well for. The reality is, I don't think that any of us will ever be the same. Something like that changes you, shapes you, even breaks you. You can believe this story if you want, or call it bullcrap. Frankly, I don't care. This isn't the kind of thing you make up. I only ask, if you're going to be messing around in the woods, be careful. Wrong Turn, from Mill 89715. What I'm about to share with you is something that happened to me a few months back. It felt like a dream, but I'm still not sure if it was a dream or not. The memory of it still terrifies me, and if it really wasn't a dream, then I fear that I may have narrowly escaped death. I live in the northern area of Canada, in a remote rural town about 10 miles away from the city, where I work as a real estate agent. I've been in the business for about 5 months now, and I love my job. I work the usual hours for a standard week. You know, the typical Monday to Friday 9 to 5. I always take the main highway to and from work, so as to save a little money for gas each week. A few months ago, after a really busy day at the office, I was on my way home from work. I had dealt with a lot of clients that day, and I had needed to stay back an extra hour and a half. It was a rough day, and I was eager to get home. As I made my way across the highway, I caught a glimpse of flashing red and blue lights ahead. I slowed down and discovered there had been a major accident on the highway. From what I could see, a large truck had overturned and was blocking off the main road. Just great, I thought. Exactly what I needed, a long wait in a traffic jam. I was about to slump back in my seat when I remembered that a short way up and to the left was a back road that would lead all the way back to my house. I was a little hesitant at first because I'd heard that this particular road and area was prone to carjackings, crashes, muggings, and a number of other unsavory incidents. But I decided that the road was better than waiting in this god-awful traffic for another 2 to 3 hours. So, as the line of cars moved on and I neared that road, I turned my car left and drove off down the winding path. Curiously, I noticed that no one else seemed to be taking the road I'd chosen, but I just shrugged it off. I wish I would have thought better of this earlier. The back road I was on was a few miles longer than the highway and runs through an area of thick and dense forest. I was about 3/4 of the way home when I heard this weird rattling sound. Feeling concerned, I pulled to the side and I stopped the car. Just as I did, there was a loud bang from the front of the car, and steam began to rise from the bonnet. Great, I thought. More to worry about. I got out to survey the damage, and the first thing I noticed was that it seemed unnaturally cold out. And I say this because we were currently in the middle of summer, and the temperature must have easily been barely above 0. But at that moment, I had more things to be concerned about, I checked over the damage to the car and noticed that not only was the radiator shot, but one of my tires had blown, which explained that loud bang when I had stopped the car. Getting a little frustrated now, I dug out my phone and I called up one of the major roadside assistance places in the city. When I finally got through, the man said it would be at least 2 hours for him to get to me, as he had dozens of other calls from around the city. With a sigh, I agreed to wait, and I hung up. I sat on the hood of my car playing the day over in my head. I was annoyed, to say the least. It was at this moment that the cold I had only barely noticed before seemed to register. Not only that, but the woods surrounding the road seemed eerily quiet. I shivered slightly, and I was just about to get back into my car to stay warm, when I froze, having just noticed something out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head to the left to see what looked to be a pair of bright yellow eyes disappearing into the dark. I shivered a little, again, remembering the stories about muggings and carjackings happening on this road, not to mention the countless wild black bears. Now, I'm a pretty tough person, and normally I could brush something off like this, but something felt wrong. As soon as the eyes disappeared, I had turned back to staring at the road for the moment. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Feeling nervous, I decided to take my phone out to call my sister to pick me up instead of just waiting for the tow truck to arrive. As the phone began to ring, the feeling of being watched grew stronger, and I started to get a very unpleasant feeling in my gut. The phone rang a few times, then crackled out and died. Forgetting the feeling for a moment, I walked away from my car holding my phone out in the air. I figured I must have lost my reception, and I decided to see if I could get a few bars by walking in a different direction. I hadn't planned to walk far from the car, as it was now getting dark. I must have walked 30 meters from the car when I froze again. My body had gone cold. Not the sort of cold you get from a chilly winter night, but a searing wave of cold. I felt like my blood had turned to ice. I lowered my phone and I looked up. A feeling of pure terror swept across my entire body. Crouched at the edge of the woods about 50 or so meters away from where I was standing was what appeared to be a pale, oddly malformed deer with glowing yellow eyes. Immediately I knew this was the thing that had been watching me. I stared at it for a moment, transfixed in terror. It was as I looked at the thing that I realized it wasn't a deer at all. It had antlers on its head like a deer, but its face was mutilated. It looked wrong. It almost resembled a human's face crossed with a deer's skull. There were clumps of flesh missing from its entire body, which appeared to be abnormally thin. Its long arms were tipped with impossibly long and razor-sharp claws. I took several steps back. I had no idea what I was looking at, but that unpleasant gut feeling I'd felt before was now overwhelmingly strong, and even from that distance, I could smell the foul stench of rotting meat. As I backed up a few more steps, the creature slowly began to rise, and that was when I noticed it was at least 8 feet tall. Unable to look away, I froze again, watching the creature in horror as its mouth opened and revealed rows of needle-sharp teeth that appeared to be covered in blood. As it opened its mouth, I'd expected it to let out a growl of some sort, but I was truly horrified when instead it spoke. Not just with any voice, but with what sounded like the man from the tow truck service.
"Hey buddy, I'm almost at your location. If you stay where you are, I'll be with you in about 10 minutes.
The creature stopped speaking, then let out what sounded unmistakably like the laugh of a small child, mixed with the faint sound of a large guttural animal. It sounded like it was playing with me, but I had the feeling it wouldn't continue to do so for long. I backed away slowly towards my car, and for every step I took, the creature responded with a step forward of its own, matching my speed and pace perfectly. I stopped as I reached my car, noticing that I'd left the door open. I gently leaned down and pulled the pistol I kept in the pocket of the door out. As I removed the gun, I noticed the creature's ears twitched, and it spoke again, this time with a different voice. The voice of my sister, whom I had just called just moments ago.
"Hey bro, it's okay, don't be scared. I'm not gonna hurt you. Why don't you come closer?"
On pure instinct, I brought the gun up, firing 6 shots into the creature's chest. It screamed, the sound echoing all around. It sounded like something I could only make out to be between an agonized moose, a grizzly bear, and the terrified scream of a young woman. Then the creature charged at me. I turned and ran. I had no idea where I was going. I had dropped my phone, and I was running blindly in the darkness, desperate to get away from the monstrous creature that was chasing me. I could hear it behind me, gaining on me, getting closer and closer. The foul stench of rotting meat and death filled my nostrils, and I could hear the sound of its breath and its feet behind me as it gave chase. A wave of adrenaline hit me. I put on an extra burst of speed. As I was unable to see where I was going, I tripped over something in the dark and fell, sliding down what I could only think to be a large embankment on the edge of the forest. I tried to brace myself and stop my body from slamming into a tree. Eventually, I came to a stop and I passed out. I woke up feeling sore and bruised. Glancing around, it was that moment I noticed I was not lying in the middle of the woods, but I was back in my own bed. I blinked for a second, staring around the room. When did I get back here? The last I remembered was being chased by something across the back road I'd been driving on, and tripping over something, tumbling down the side of what seemed to be a large hill. I leapt out of bed, still trying to make sense of it all, when I realized I was in the same clothes I was in from when I was last awake, except my attire now was all dirty and torn. With the terrifying idea that what I had experienced last night may not have been a dream, I darted outside to see if my car, which had broken down, was in the driveway or not. Sure enough, there was my car sitting in the driveway, one tire still blown out from whatever I'd hit earlier. I checked under the hood to find that my radiator was still, in fact, blown. I was starting to feel a bit scared, because if what I was seeing in front of me was to be believed, then that means the previous night was real, and somehow I had mysteriously ended up back home, along with my broken down car and torn, dirty clothes. After this event, to this day, I still cannot explain what had happened or how I ended up back home. But occasionally, as I'm driving along the highway after work, having now gotten my car repaired, I swear that sometimes I can see a dark shape following along the tree line, or I'll catch a glimpse of what appears to be a pair of glowing yellow eyes watching from the tree line as my car goes by. I haven't seen the creature again, but I'm sure it's still out there, watching me and waiting for me. Thing in the Woods, from Bat. I don't think you should necessarily be afraid of the dark, but you should definitely be aware of your surroundings when nighttime comes, or you might just encounter something very unpleasant. Despite all the bad things going on in the world, my mom and I decided it would be a good idea to go on a camping trip in northern Ontario, Canada. When she told me about this campsite, I just couldn't say no. I love the outdoors. We invited our friend too, let's call her Phoenix. She was more than enthusiastic to tag along. On July 7th, we set off. It was a long, tiring trip, but the landscapes were breathtaking nonetheless. After driving 5.5 hours, we made it. I was so happy just to be out of the car. The first few days were great. We had a lot of fun fishing, swimming, and hiking the trails. The weather was good too. It was like a dream come true. Though after a while, we began to hear strange noises at night. usually while we were in our tent. My mother and Phoenix just brushed it off as an animal in the woods, but I felt uneasy. It didn't sound like an animal, it sounded human, but there was no logical reason for someone to be in the woods past midnight, right? I should mention that we were in a pretty remote area. We only had one neighbor beside us the whole time. They were on the right side and the noises were coming from the left. A few times by the campfire, we would hear the same noises, like feet scattering around in the woods. When I flashed my flashlight towards the noises, I wouldn't see anything, nothing peculiar. The second last night, me, my mom, and Phoenix put out the fire and turned in for the night. I had done a lot that day, so I had no trouble falling asleep. The night was peaceful, until I woke up to someone walking around outside. At first, I thought it was one of my campmates, but when I looked over, I saw them both fast asleep. I shifted around a bit, and when I did, they must have heard me and gotten scared off, because the footsteps turned into a run. They faded away into the woods. I was too freaked out to even say anything, so I just lay there in silence. I couldn't hear that person anymore. I found myself falling back asleep, which was a dumb idea, as there could have been a murderer out there. I then woke up a second time to the same noise, but this time it was closer. I nudged my mom gently and pointed towards the sound, staying as silent as possible. She mumbled something about a raccoon and fell back to sleep. The noise then stopped. I shut my eyes and hid under my covers. After a few moments of complete silence, a hand grabbed my leg. I screamed louder than I've ever screamed before, waking up both my mom and Phoenix. I kicked as hard as I could. I must have hit it, because I heard a loud grunt. Very loud and very animalistic. At first, it just stood there. I could see it, illuminated by the moonlight. I saw hooves and antlers like a deer, but it was standing on two legs, and the thing that grabbed me had been a hand. It was so tall and thin. Thank God it ran away again, because I was sure then that I was going to die. We packed up everything except the tent and sped out of there, despite it being the middle of the night. My mom dialed 911, telling them what happened. They had police officers go out there, checking the area. One officer even followed behind us until we left the park, to make sure we were safe. However, they found nothing of interest. I didn't sleep for the remainder of the night. I was too scared, even back at my own home. I'm just glad we got out of there alive, even if we were terrified. I always keep my guard up nowadays, and I'm never going back to that place. Not after that night. To be honest, I haven't even gone camping at all since then. Always be mindful of the things around you, and be careful of what could be lurking in the dark. The Glowing Eyes, from Nina Bug, 1998. This story has stuck with me for a long time. It takes place when I was on a family camping trip. I don't remember where we were exactly. It was some spot Sarah, my mother, heard about from a friend. It wasn't a place we'd been before, but the friend, Ginny, told Sarah about it and offered us their RV to go spend a few nights there to see if we liked it. Now, something you need to know about Ginny. She was weird. Like, sits there petting a crow while sitting on the couch and having a beer while talking to people, and I'm talking about an actual crow that was mounted. Also, she was a friend of one of Sarah's co-workers at the time. So, all in all, we really didn't know her that well. But said co-worker was a very good person and trusted by me and my parents. So I guess Sarah thought that's why we should visit Ginny in the first place. My family loved camping, and I still do, but due to living situations, I haven't in a long time. Back to the story. This camping spot was way out of the way, like Ginny had to draw a map for us to find it. It was an actual campground, but I don't remember the name anymore. It was kinda run down and gave me a weird vibe, like that feeling you get when something is off, but you have no clue what it is. Well, I was young, and I figured I just had that feeling because I'd never been there before. Now, we weren't the only people there. It wasn't like we were alone. And the area we picked to put the RV, I could see maybe 4 or 5 other spots that were being used. Now, this RV was like your basic RV in 2008. Big bed in the back and a bunk over the driver's area. There was the couch too. That's where all the sleeping spots were. Now, I did like to climb. I was like a little monkey. So you know I took the bunk over the driving area. It also had a big window in the front for me to look out of. I could close this little curtain, but it was pretty see-through. Like if it were daylight, I could see people through it, but not clearly at all. Basically just outlines of things. We parked the RV in this spot next to the river. We used to do a lot of fishing, so I thought that would be great. I wouldn't have to carry all my fishing stuff very far. I jumped at the chance to go fishing right away. We set everything up with the RV and I was heading for the river. It was like maybe 20-ish feet from our campsite. I set up my seat and got my pole all ready, baiting the hook and all that. In doing so, I pricked my finger a lot because the darn worm was so wiggly. Then again, all worms are. So I got my hook baited, cast it out, and sat down to wait. I waited until my butt got sore, doing the usual reeling in to check to make sure there was still bait and rebaiting when needed. You know how fishing is. During all this, I noticed a few others fishing further down. We weren't close, but not that far. I decided to be friendly and called out, "Catching anything?" A boy about my age at the time was the one that called back.
"Got a catfish about an hour ago, but nothing since."
I told him,
"Well, something keeps stealing my bait."
He asked,
"What bait are you using?"
Just some worms. You?"
"Chicken liver."
So we had this long-distance talk about fishing. Just because I do a little fishing does not mean I can tell you what fish it was. A bass, a catfish, a bluegill, those I can tell, but I cannot tell you if you're holding a trout or not. This boy, I'll call him Leo, was real nice about it, and showed me a little pamphlet of fish he had with him. We sat together for hours after that, talking and fishing. Leo was a really nice guy, and I wish I was still in contact with him. Anyway, Leo and his family were only 2 spots away from mine, and also along the river. The day was pretty normal after that. Once I gave up on fishing for the day, Leo asked if I wanted to come hike with him. By that point in my life, I had a cell phone, so when I asked my parents if it was okay to go on a hike with my new friend, they said yes. I packed up a bag with water bottles and a lunch, and I met up with Leo. Together, we walked to the trailhead. He told me it was his first time being at this campground too, but his uncle, who he was with, came here all the time. So, of course, I had to ask about what his uncle thought of the place.
"Oh, Uncle says he loves coming here, but he gets good proof."
Proof? That had me interested. Proof of what?
"Bigfoot, he says, but I don't think that's what it really is."
I frowned. Do you not believe in Bigfoot?
"Oh, it's not like that,"
Leo assured me.
"I just think he's using the wrong name for it."
Now I was invested. I adjusted my bag, then asked Leo, what makes you think that? Have you seen it?"
"Well, no, I haven't seen it myself, but my uncle tells me about it,"
Leo explained.
"He says it's really tall and hairy, that it has big feet and makes these weird sounds, and it has a bad smell when it's close by."
So far to me that sounded like Bigfoot, but I wanted to know more before just saying that's what I thought it was. I asked him what else his uncle says about it. That's when I was thrown for a loop. Leo told me his uncle said this thing had a tail and would howl on full moons. Now to me, howling at a full moon makes me think werewolf. Of course, I don't think we have those in Iowa. I could be wrong though.
The more Leo told me, the more it made me think. This sounded like a mix of things. Wolf and Bigfoot. Was that a possibility? Was he talking about a wolfman? Keep in mind I'm young at this time. I'm into learning about cryptids and folklore monsters. So I was excited about this during the day. Because when the sun is out, that stuff doesn't scare you. At least, not as much. Well, it started to scare me when we stopped to eat our lunches, and we saw just how deep we walked into those woods. We couldn't even hear the river anymore. I told Leo we should head back after we eat, and he agreed. We sat and ate, talking about hobbies and things like, how many times have you done such and such? And just things kids talk about. About halfway through eating, Leo asked me, did you hear that? I hadn't heard anything, so I shook my head. No, what did you hear? Leo listened closely but shook his head. Never mind. Probably just a deer or something. Now my hyperactive imagination instantly thought, oh heck no, that wasn't a deer. But I didn't say that. I just nodded. Besides, I hadn't heard the sound, so I couldn't say it wasn't a deer or some other animal, a normal animal. Let's just say we finished eating pretty quick and headed back. On the way back, we didn't say anything. I think both of us were trying to see if we could hear something. I'm not proud to admit it, but I did start to jog when we heard something moving behind us. You hear that? Yeah, that sounded big. Do you think someone else is out here hiking? Sure. I think we were trying to keep each other from freaking out. When we got back, we just kind of chuckled at how silly we were. What were the odds the Bigfoot, as his uncle called it, was out there watching the two of us eat lunch? That stuff happens in scary movies, not real life. Of course, when these things happen to you, you tell yourself that can't happen to you, that it only happens in movies. Well, there I was telling myself just that. I get spooked easy sometimes. We headed to our campsites. I thought about telling my parents what Leo told me about why his uncle comes to the campground. But I knew they would probably just laugh. So I kept it to myself. After I got back, David wanted to go fishing, so I spent the rest of the day fishing and then helping make dinner. Overall, my first day wasn't that bad. It was the nighttime I should have worried about. After making s'mores and cleaning up a bit, I got a shower in. And by the way, why the flipping flop do RV bathrooms have to be so darn small? I may be short, but I'm round, and that shower barely fit me. Anyway, when I was done, I climbed up in my bed and closed the little curtain thing. I got all comfortable, but I've always had a hard time falling asleep. I was on my side at the time, just looking out the window. I had my music playing, listening with my headphones so my parents didn't yell at me. I was basically waiting for sleep to take me. After a while, I'm not sure how long, I got a weird feeling. Don't ask me why, but I pulled off my headphones before peeking out the curtain. It wasn't a full moon, but was pretty darn close. So there was a fair amount of light. I saw what I thought were fireflies at first. Then I noticed they were way too big and staying too still. And they were kinda too high, but I've seen them get high, so that part wasn't so bad. I watched them for a moment. They just sat there for a while. I was leaning on my elbow for so long it got sore. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was all worked up because of what Leo said. It happened all the time when I heard creepy or scary stories and stuff like that. So I told myself that's what was happening, and I rolled over. I did fall asleep at some point. I told Leo the next morning, I think you got me freaked out yesterday with telling me about your uncle's Bigfoot. Leo was a little bit confused. Why, did you have a dream about it? I shook my head. No, but I swear I saw eyes in the trees last night. Pretty silly, huh? Leo looked at me. What color were they? That caught me off guard. What? What color were they? I just shrugged. I don't know, like when you shine the light in an animal's eyes at night, I guess.
Dude, you had me worked up. It was probably just my brain playing tricks or a raccoon. I think I was trying to make myself feel better at this point. Leo replied, "Don't go out at night and stay close to your campsite." Well, that both confused and scared me. What? Why? My uncle says so. He says if you see the eyes, you should not go out at night. I was even more freaked out. I didn't know what to do. I just told Leo he shouldn't scare me, because I'd be freaked out for weeks because of it. Then he said, "Then let's talk about something else." I was more than happy to change the subject. We began talking about things like our pets, and we went to fish. Well, he fished and I sat with him and talked. I spent most of the day with Leo when I was there, but at night I was a wreck. I would check out from the curtain at night, seeing eyes in the trees. Finally, I told Leo to come with me and went to check where I would see the eyes at night. We walked into the weeds and trees. At first we saw nothing, but then we saw where the grass and weeds had been stomped down like someone was standing there. And there were deep scratch marks on the tree, like when you put your hand against something when you lean on it. I mean, why would something just claw a tree like that for seemingly no reason? I looked at Leo. "What's this?" I pointed at those scratches. Leo shook his head. I got uneasy and decided to get back to my campsite. We spent the day in camp. We didn't even go to the river. I don't know why. I just felt like I should be close to the RV in case I had to run. I'm not a fast runner, and I sprint, not run. That last day there was just spent shifting around and glancing at the trees while trying to talk about something else. My family left the next day, but that last night will stick with me forever. I checked for the eyes again that night, which I had started doing every night for the past few nights. This time I didn't see any eyes. Was it gone? I'd seen them every night until then, so I thought I was safe. I went to close the curtain, but I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Keep in mind, I was already jumpy. I looked and saw something huge near the river. It was covered in what appeared to be fur, and I saw a tail. I got real scared then. So, as any smart child would do, I closed the curtain and pulled the blanket over my head. I didn't sleep at all that night. I heard something outside a few times, but I stayed under the blanket. I was too scared to look. What if it saw me? What would it do? What even was it? When I got out of bed the next morning, I didn't even get dressed. I walked out in my pajamas, which was a big shirt that covered my shorts. I looked around and saw prints. These prints looked like a mix of people's feet and a paw. I knew then it was not my imagination that night. We packed up our camp and I told Leo goodbye. We never went back. My family preferred our usual campground to that one, but I still wonder what that could have been. And what did it want? Was there more than one of them out there? Or was there only one? Maybe it was a family unit. It didn't do damage to anything physically, except that tree, of course. Paralyzed with Fear. From Rachel White, 20002. I'm 16 years old, and all my life I've never had sleep paralysis, though my mom and her mom had before. I always thought maybe I would be lucky and it wouldn't happen to me. Well, not too long ago, my grandma wanted to go camping with me, my sister, and my aunt. We planned on leaving Thursday and would be coming home on Sunday. I was honestly really excited. I hadn't been camping since the year before, and I was up for what sounded like a fun 3-day weekend. We went camping in this secluded forest. The rangers had previously warned us about bears and wolves, since my aunt and I had brought our dogs. We set up our tent, and by then it was already dark. I was tired and cold. It was a chilly 39 degrees that night. We had some dinner and everything seemed fine, but once in a while I would feel like something was watching me. I shook it off, ignoring it, thinking I was just letting my sister's stories scare me. I must have woke up around midnight, close to 1 in the morning, to the sound of crunching leaves outside our tent. I was trying to tell myself it was nothing to worry about, trying to go back to sleep. But I had this sudden urge to roll off my air mattress and onto the floor, where my sister was asleep. I was rolled up in my sleeping bag, and all I could see was the darkness of the inside of my blankets. After a while, though, the sound came back, and this time, it seemed to have stopped right by my head. My breathing began to falter. I had no clue who or what this was, or what they wanted. I tried to steady my breathing, trying to pretend I was sleeping. All of a sudden, after my sister's soft snoring, I heard a growl. It was low and seemed like a warning. At first, I thought it was a bear. Perhaps we had upset it. This suspenseful scenario went on for about 5 minutes, and by then I was having enough of it. But that was when I realized I couldn't even move. I could not will any of my body to move except my foot. My aunt's bed was right where my foot was moving. I tried nudging her bed, but I forgot she was a deep sleeper like my sister. I nudged her bed over and over again, hoping she would wake up. After a few seconds, I finally regained my voice. "Sharon, I think something's outside growling," I called out, hoping she would hear me. After a few seconds of me trying to get her to wake up, my grandma woke up on the other side of the tent. She was already up because of her Charlie horse in her leg. She stood from her cot, and I was already standing up by that point, shaking and crying. My grandma shined her flashlight in my face. She then said to me, "You look pale as a ghost." She then insisted I should move my air mattress to her room and just stay there for the rest of the night. By now, my sister was awake because of my commotion. After lying down, I explained to my grandma what happened. She then said that we should pray. So we did. After that, I felt so much better. But the rest of the night, I was on edge and shaking horribly. The next morning after I got up, I checked outside where my head was, and I never did find any tracks of any kind. It was like it all happened in my head, or at least I hoped it did. I have no clue what happened to me that night, but I'm still on high alert, and I'm afraid to sleep at night sometimes. It seems like I hardly get enough sleep, and I still think I was visited by something supernatural, like a hellhound. Thank you for listening to my story. The Monsters of Bear Creek, from John M.K. I have divorced parents, and my life, since I was just a year old, was always back and forth. One visit to my mom's house was particularly scary to me, not because she abused me or anything, but because of the creature that I encountered during our trip. I was about 12 then, and we were going camping down to Bear Creek. I was already scared of bears. I had zero knowledge of survival, or how to determine what type of bear I was looking at if I did see one, so I was pretty nervous. There was a camping spot right next to a lake about a mile from Bear Creek. It was the perfect spot to camp. Good sightseeing, perfect fishing spot, and most importantly, peace and quiet. Now, forests aren't always quiet. There are bugs, birds, and sometimes animal calls. But after 2 or 3 hours of being there, I got used to the constant noises. I liked it, in a way. Eventually, it was time for bed, so we all helped out cleaning up, putting away the marshmallows, putting out the fire, and picking up the trash. After that, we all went into the camper, got our sleeping bags, and went to sleep. At about 3:17 in the morning, I know because I remember looking at my watch, there came a loud rustling noise near my bed from outside. It was like someone or something was dragging something. I slept in the pop-out bed, so you could probably hear everything from outside. I felt a sort of fear mixed in with curiosity, and I went to check it out. I thought it was a bear or an elk, something that would be worth finding. I peeked through the kitchen window, and I almost passed out. There was what looked to be an elk. but it had been torn to shreds. Organs, bones, and muscle pieces everywhere. Then there was this enormous creature, practically bouncing around the elk's corpse. It had snow-white skin, long arms and fingers, short legs, and worst of all, its face, which was absolutely disgusting. It had yellow eyes with these pupils that were so big I almost couldn't see the yellow parts unless it moved its eyes. It had no nose, but it did look like it had a nose before at some point. And its mouth was like looking into a bad dream. It was covered in blood, its lips stretching ear to ear, not a smile. And lastly, its teeth were almost like 3-inch knives. They were so large, the creature couldn't close its lips around it. They were only half covered. I just stood there looking at this thing, my heart pounding. If I could describe it as a 12-year-old, it would resemble SCP-096 in the scariest way possible. I realized that it was feasting on this elk, bouncing to a different area of the carcass every couple of seconds. It was circling it, slowly but surely devouring it all. Every time it moved its head, I could see its jaw open so wide, almost a full 90 degrees. And as the jaw lurched forward to take another bite, it shrieked. Its cry was a mix between an eagle and a human screaming. It was something terrible. The shriek made me want to just wake up from this horrid dream. But I realized this was no dream, no nightmare. After about 5 minutes of my heart pounding, its bouncing rotation of its feast led it to the elk's head. But before it took another bite, it looked suddenly in my direction. I made direct eye contact with it. I felt this overwhelming feeling of dread and fear. I couldn't break eye contact with it. I realized something else then. It wasn't angry or aggressive. It didn't want to attack me or attempt to. Instead, it seemed to be happy. It seemed gleeful about its feast and that it wasn't alone for dinner. I took a deep breath. Something came over me, compelling me to go outside. And before I knew it, I was walking outside the camper. The creature jumped back a little at my presence when I opened the door, but then it became curious of me and slowly walked over. I stood my ground, although this thing could easily destroy a moose. I looked at its eyes again. The creature looked so deadly and violent, and yet behaved so docile. That's what I thought, at least. Within 2 seconds of me thinking that I was going to be safe, it opened its mouth and screamed right in my ear. I should have stayed in the camper. I closed my eyes, accepting what was about to happen. Then I heard a gunshot. Something heavy fell to the ground. I opened my eyes. That creature lay dead before me on the pine-needled floor, a bullet hole through its head. I turned and I saw a hunter in the woods, a man who had just seen me nearly die. The hunter walked over to me, kneeling down to my level. He had a look of exhaustion and stress on his face. He told me that I had almost become food, and that wasn't the only one out here. He then dragged the thing away, and I didn't get a chance to ask him what it was. A few hours later, everyone else was awake. I tried to tell them what happened, but they didn't believe me, probably thinking I had a nightmare. But I have a feeling that I scared them pretty well anyway. Beware the monsters of Bear Creek. Although they might make you think you're safe, you never are. Roadwalk. From Great Moves, Ethan. Slugbug. Reynolds hit me in the shoulder as hard as he could, causing me to swerve the car on the dark road. But luckily, there was no one else driving that night, or so it appeared for the last 100 miles. Crap, man, that's not funny. There's not even a bug on the road, dude. I got us back on the right side of the road and rubbed my shoulder. Then I gave him a quick but mean scowl.
Yeah, I know, but I want to make sure you're not falling asleep. I saw you dozing off a minute ago. Scared the crap out of me. I don't want my brain implanted into some tree out here. Whatever, I said, not realizing that I probably did just doze off a second. We'd stayed up really late partying with our friend. It was his bachelor party. Things got a little too wild. But now we were halfway home on a 5-hour journey. It was dark out, and we were both tired out of our minds. Basically, yeah, maybe I did deserve that punch in the shoulder. Reynolds starts messing with the bags of chips we have in the back, a bunch of leftover road trip junk food. He snacks on a bag of Lay's potato chips, and then he goes quiet for a while. When I glance over maybe 10 minutes later, he's out cold. I rub my face a little bit, give myself a slap, trying to make sure I'm wide awake. The road I was driving on was quite hypnotic. Not a whole lot of winding turns or bends, and the trees to our left and right, they were colossal and menacing. But I tried to focus on what was ahead of me, which really wasn't much. Just straight, badly maintained road, miles upon miles from towns in any direction. Truly the middle of nowhere. Having creeped myself out from the thought of having to walk down this road at night if something happened to the car, I glanced down to the fuel gauge. We were 3/4 full, nothing to worry about. I looked back up, having only looked away for a split second, and slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. I ran right over into a pile of something in the middle of the road. I didn't have time to swerve around it either, but I tried. There was a loud pop coming from the back of the car. My panicked turn of the steering wheel caused us to fly into the ditch before coming to a sudden halt. "Crap," I said, my heart feeling like it was going to beat out of my chest. Reynolds shot right up and looked at me, a bit of drool hanging out of his mouth. He noticed it and wiped it away quickly, at the same time asking me, "What in the hell, dude? What's going on? You didn't fall asleep, did you?" I rubbed my head, trying to console a worsening headache. Believe it or not, no. I think there was something in the road. Ran it over. Think it punctured the tires in the back. I undid my seatbelt and began to climb out of the car. Reynolds did the same. The cold night air hit me hard, as if it were a spirit passing right through me. I crossed my arms and held them tight, then began to walk to the back end of the car. Reynolds checked his side, and I did the same, lowering myself down to the back left tire. The thing was torn to shreds. It was far beyond the hope of getting it patched. The whole dang tire needed replaced. I sighed, and then I heard Reynolds cursing. "What in the world did you hit, dude? The tire practically exploded over here." I walked around to his side and took a look. He was right. The tire on the back right had also been obliterated. I have no idea what I hit. It was dark and happened really fast. Turning on the flashlight on my phone, I walked up out of the ditch and Reynolds followed. I aimed the light toward the road and followed traces of burnt rubber and what appeared to be these yellow-white shards. They were bones. As I followed these yellow-white particles, they grew larger, until it led me to what appeared to be a very old carcass on the road. "Well then," I said. Reynolds spoke up. "That's the first time I've seen or heard of people's tires being blown out by a ribcage. I'm almost impressed, Ethan. But now we're stranded. I only have one spare tire, man. Here, let me call up Lane. We'll get someone out here to pick us up. It's gonna be several hours, though. What are we, like 3.5 hours out from either direction? Perfect." He began to dial a number, and I continued to scan the road around me. I found another carcass on the road, then another. In total, there were 7 different animal carcasses on the road, and these were larger creatures. Looked like deer.
I felt more cold, more chilled than I did when I stepped out of the car. I motioned for Ethan to come back to the car with me. We had no other choice than to wait inside anyway. With the temperature being single digits, it was going to be a cold, long wait. While Ethan's car's heaters did work, they weren't the best. Back in the car, I put them on full blast, then turned off the headlights. The way we were angled, we might blind someone if they passed by, but if need be, we had plenty of time to signal them with the headlights. We'd be able to see them coming for a while. Reynolds put the phone back in his pocket and then let me know. Alright, Lane's sending his wife, Alyssa. He's already been called to work, this early in the freaking morning, can you believe it? So, it's gonna be a couple of hours. Gotcha, I said, and laid back in the seat, reclining it as far as it would go. By the way, did you see just how many carcasses were in the road? I asked him. Huh? What do you mean? There's like 7 dead deer out there. I mean, do they have wolves up in these woods? Nah, not as far as I can remember, he answered. Nah, before I moved down with you, the worst we got were coyotes, and they're tiny little things compared to dogs. For the most part, they're mangy, skinny little opportunists. I don't think that's what killed those deer, but they're probably getting ready to come up here and chew on the remains. Gross, I said. Well, maybe it was a semi, ran over a whole family of deer, I suggested. Yeah, only thing that makes sense, Reynolds agreed. Then he reclined too, reaching for yet another bag of Lay's. Hey, grab me a bag of Cheetos while you're at it. Flaming hot? Do you even have to ask? I said. He tossed the bag to me. For the next hour or so, we laid there, just looking out the window. With the headlights off, we could see the sky pretty well, and the stars were bright out in these parts. Would have been a beautiful night had we not found ourselves in this predicament. And I have to admit, the thought of those carcasses on the road, they did spook me a bit. They didn't look like they'd been run over. They looked like they'd been torn open, eaten. I shook my head and got that off my mind. Focusing on that right now would only make the situation more unbearable. So I turned on the radio, then lowered the volume just enough to where the music was subtle. It's kind of like we're camping, huh? Reynolds wondered aloud. Pretty much. Wish we had some s'mores instead of chips, though. And you ate all the Slim Jims on the way up here. Hey, I'm a carnivore. Can't help it. He smiled. But then his face went straight. Hey, he scratched his temple, giving some thought into what he was about to say. Do you happen to remember going camping? Me, you, and Lane out in the woods? It was our freshman year. My stomach sank a bit. It was weird that he was asking me if I remembered it. How could I forget that? So I simply nodded. I turned away to face the stars again. I think he was waiting for a reply, so I eventually gave him one. That's something pretty difficult to forget. So, do you still believe Lane? He dug into the bag of chips he had in his hand, pulled out the biggest one he could find and chomped down hard on it, then set up to down a swig of water. His question made me wonder. We were kids, but I know Lane wasn't faking it. I know what I saw on his leg. I answered. He seemed satisfied. A little smirk grew on the side of his face. That's what I thought you'd say. And if you believe him, I believe him too. Man, some weird stuff goes on in the woods. He tossed his now empty bag of chips in the back seat. Our trash pile, basically. Then laid back again. I had been trying to keep myself from being more creeped out, but then he had to bring up that memory. Way back when we were freshmen in high school, we played sick on a Friday so that we could have a 3-day weekend. We had made plans to go camping in these very woods. Just me, Lane, and Reynolds. Lifelong best friends, and best friends still, even though we lived so far away from each other. Well, at least to us it felt far. What happened out there? It was the first thing that happened to me that had me question reality. That night, we all slept in the same tent, but Reynold woke me up, and Lane was gone. The moment we stepped out of the tent, Lane, either unconscious or still sleeping somehow, was being dragged away. I screamed in time to cause whatever was dragging him to release him and run off. I was also out of the tent first before Reynold, so I was the only one that saw what had taken Lane. But it's something that I tried hard to convince myself I simply saw wrong. At first, I told myself it was some psycho in the woods that tried to kidnap our friend. But then I decided it was simply Lane sleepwalking. When Lane explained what happened to us, he could only recall the last few seconds before that thing let go and took off. Said that whatever it was, it didn't have the right amount of fingers, and that its skin was slimy yet smooth. He even showed us a spot on his leg. It was swelling up and red and covered in some sort of thin mucus. Now, Reynold had never been the type of guy to be able to take things calmly. He was known to panic first, then run away before asking any questions. So he threw a tantrum of denial right then, saying that Lane had did it to himself, that it wasn't cool, that he wanted to leave now. While we all agreed that we wanted to leave, I looked at Reynold and I told him I believe him, that I believed Lane. Reynold didn't like this. The guy actually started to cry. He trusted me a lot, and having me say that, it was like I was confirming that he should be afraid. We left those woods as quickly as we could that night, and we never went back for another camping trip. So yeah, I believe what Lane said. I just didn't want to believe what I saw dragging him away. And I still hadn't told Reynold or Lane what I think I saw. A steady, light rain began to fall outside. It landed and flowed down the windshield, even more mesmerizing than the road had been when I was driving before. I was dozing off again, until Reynold shook me. What? I said. Dude, it's raining. He seemed a little freaked out. Yeah? So? He pointed toward the dashboard. Look at the temperature gauge. Look at the temperature on your phone. I did as he asked. The screen on the dash said 8 degrees, and my phone read 7. Huh. Reynold went on. Shouldn't the rain be freezing? Freezing on the ground, at least? Shouldn't it be snow or sleet or something? I shook my head. Man, you're just freaking out because we're stuck out here. You're making something out of nothing. No, look! Look out the window, look at the ground. I rolled my eyes and looked out the window. The rain formed little puddles in the holes in the pavement, and little streams in the cracks. I must have sat there for a few minutes looking at the water, but he was right. It never froze. And then the temperature began to drop, rapidly. According to my phone, it dropped another 15 degrees and was now well below 0. I kept glancing from my phone to the outside, and the rain didn't freeze. It refused to, but I refused to make anything more of it. I looked at Reynold and said, "We aren't scientists. I'm sure there's something going on, maybe with the road or with the weather, that's just keeping this water from freezing." Then Reynold looked like he had an idea. He grabbed his bottle of water that was in the cup holder, opened his door, letting in quite the chill. Then he began to pour some of the water on the ground. "What are you doing, Reynold?" I said. "We'll just see if my water freezes. Maybe we'll know something then." "So you're wasting our drinking water for a science experiment?" He looked at me with a finger over his mouth. "Just shush," he said. I leaned over towards him, and I looked out the door. I wanted to see this in action. Of course it wasn't going to freeze. If the rain wasn't freezing, his water wasn't going to freeze. I watched the water hit the ground, mix a little bit in the grass with the rain. Before, over the next minute or so, clumps of ice formed where the water had been poured, but the rain around it remained liquid.
"What the hell?" I said. Then Reynolds said what I think we were both thinking. "I don't think that's rain, Ethan." He put the cap back on his water bottle, then closed the door. He made sure to lock it too. "So it's just some dirty rainwater. Doesn't freeze because all the crap in it, I guess." Reynolds looked at me and said, "Sure, let's go with that. I'm just gonna try to get some sleep." I nodded, and he laid back, facing away from me. I sat back in my seat as well, and it didn't take long to finally fall asleep. I'm awakened when the sound of thunder crashes outside. Reynolds is still sleeping, so I don't wake him. I don't feel tired enough to go back to sleep though, oddly enough. We'd only been sleeping for a couple of hours. I stayed awake, watching the rain and now the lightning outside. Lightning that had a weird green tint to it, made everything seem more ominous than it really was. I glanced at the ground outside and, once again, the rainwater was still liquid. No ice on the ground. As I lay there, I began to hear a sound within the rain. A sound I thought was wind at first, howling through the trees. But as it got louder, closer, it stopped sounding like wind and sounded more like crying. Like the tormented cry of someone mourning someone close to them. It was coming from the left side of the road, from the woods, growing louder by the second. With a big green flash of lightning in the sky, the road in front of us and the edges of the woods to our sides are brightly lit for a couple of seconds. Within that brief window, I see a figure in the road. A very tall figure. A very familiar figure. Who is that? Reynolds had awakened. I looked over to him. He was rubbing his eyes and looking in the direction of the figure too. But just like me, he became quiet and started to stare. The figure must have been 9 feet tall, maybe more. It looked like we could stack 2 of this car on top of each other, and that thing would still be taller. It appeared to be looking up towards the sky. Lightning kept flashing in and out, revealing to us this thing for plenty of time. This tall thing with a skinny torso and thin, long limbs, but a head that was bulbous, like a baby's, except far larger than that. But I could not find its eyes, a face at all, really, and I was left wondering if it was facing away from us or towards us. Then, more figures like that one, but at different heights and different proportions of bulbous head, began to walk out of the left side of the woods, slowly, like slow motion slow, crossing over the road and onto our side. The moaning sound, the cry, it seemed to be coming from each and every one of them. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they sounded sad. We stayed quiet and hunkered down in the car, getting as low as we could to still watch the things outside, but lowering our chances of being seen. I was glad then that I kept the headlights off. I looked at Reynolds. He was shaking a bit. He started to turn around, wanting to look out the back window. When he did, his eyes grew wide and his shaking intensified. He looked at me, then looked ahead, as if to say without a word that I need to see this. I followed his gaze and looked out the back window as well. Those things were all over the road, behind us and ahead of us, but the ones behind us, a couple of them had crouched toward the ground and were picking at the bones and meat of the dead deer. Each one that stopped at a deer carcass would only take a few bites before getting back up and walking in that physically impossible slow-mo walk. In silence, in fear, in terror, we must have watched 100 of these things cross the road before it finally stopped. And only when the last centimeter of flesh of one of those things disappeared beyond the trees did the wind and rain and lightning suddenly stop.
The rain all over the road and ground. It didn't freeze or stay, but seemed to fade, evaporate. Before long, we were left in the exact same position we had been. A dry, dark road, quiet and alone. But it took longer for the crying moan to stop. We didn't even dare sit up in our seats until that sound faded. And when we did sit up, we simply looked at each other and tried to stutter out the first words. What? Reynold tried to speak, but he could not find the words. But I did have something to say. Reynold, those things, I've seen one of them before. You're not going to believe me, I know you're not, but one of those things tried to drag away Lane. His eyes narrowed. Did he disbelieve me? Or was he mad, angry that I hadn't told him this yet? Way back when we were camping, what we just talked about, I never told you guys, didn't know if I even should, but I saw what was dragging him away. He wasn't sleepwalking, he wasn't taken by a person. I was never sure of what I saw until now, but it was the exact same height, same shape as one of those things. I'm sure of it now. I collapsed into the car seat, and I just waited. Reynold remained quiet. Another hour of this silence, of this terror of wondering if they'd turn around and come back to cross the road again before Alyssa's car finally pulled up. The two of us put on fake faces, told her we were happy to see her, and thanked her for picking us up. But when she asked if we were okay, beyond just the slight accident in the ditch, we feigned ignorance, not sure what she was talking about. Reynold eventually accepted my apology for holding my secret for so long. We made it back to society okay, and we keep this story to ourselves. I'm not sure if we should tell Lane this, but maybe he does have the right to know. That night was really a weird one, and still, I have no idea what those things were, or whether or not they meant us harm. I'm just glad that they didn't see us. Family Cabin from Mike B. My family has a cabin in northern Alberta on a beautiful lake called Island Lake. It is pretty much the middle of nowhere. I was 18 years old. The family cabin had recently been reconstructed into a full-fledged house. The cabin was still under construction and was being painted at the time. My dad decided to take up hunting for the weekend. He invited both me and my best friend. Out at the cabin, my passion had always been building fires and chopping wood. One night on one of these weekends, I decided around midnight to go down the stairs descending to the beach and build a fire in the fire pit. My dad and my friend were both asleep at the time, so I decided to just go about doing my thing. Suddenly, I began to hear a crackling in the bushes on the neighbor's property. Our neighbors had a very dense forest connecting to a local campground on their property. I brushed it off as a raccoon or something and continued about making the fire. When I finally got it going, I stopped to look at the stars. But I was interrupted when I heard a growl coming from the bushes. I turned and I saw a pair of eyes staring right back at me. I could not make out what they belonged to, so slowly I went into the shed to grab a flashlight. As I did so, I suddenly heard a bang on the side of the shed. I looked up the window of the shed, hoping to catch a glimpse of what did that. But there I saw the eyes again. A feeling of dread welled up in me. I'd left the shed door open. I could hear what sounded like claws dragging along the side of the shed. This thing sounded plenty big, and I did not want it in the shed with me. After all, if I could see its eyes in the window, it had to have been at least 7 feet tall. Just when I thought this thing was going to come inside and end me, my father stepped out onto the deck and turned on the bright floodlights facing down to the beach. "Mike," he called out. "You down there, boy?" The scratching stopped, and I heard the creature run off into the bushes as if scared by the light. Quickly, without even putting out the fire, I ran upstairs to the cabin and I rushed inside as fast as I could. I only once briefly stopped to look to the bush by the neighbor's cabin. I saw it in the nick of time, a figure fading away into the undergrowth. It was big. It was about 7 feet tall. I went inside and locked everything down. But I never saw that thing again. Still, when I find myself sitting by the fire at night, I can't help but feel I'm being watched. Who knows when the creature will show up again, or if it ever left. Maybe it's always close by, watching someone from the bushes. Keep an eye out for any dogs you might have, and keep your small children close. Outdoor Story from Jacob L. I go to my grandpa's every year to fish. My grandpa is used to telling a specific story when we're out. The story of the so-called Owl Man, or the Cheney Creek creature. He had always made these stories up. I was about 13 at the time, and I still had a wild imagination. I believed him for a while, but what happened that night changed everything. We had just got done with supper and we went to start a fire. We grabbed the logs and began to douse the logs in lighter fluid. As I turned to grab the lighter, I heard a branch snap. I turn and look and can't see anything in the darkness, so I continue to light the fire, until I spotted a dark figure sort of crawling into the water. I don't say anything. I don't want to spook my younger brother, who was sitting in a chair behind me. My grandpa then went inside to grab some marshmallows, and everyone else follows. They leave me to watch the fire and tell me not to do anything stupid. I nod, laughing a little bit. While they're inside, I sit, now watching the creek. I hear water splashing in the direction of the creek. A chill runs up and down my spine. I feel as if I'm being watched. Looking around, I find a tall, dark figure standing far away by the creek, so I can't get a lot of detail. But then I watch it walk right back into the lake. As it did so, I heard a sound similar to chains rattling. As it crawls back into the water, it stares at me with bright yellow eyes and screeches. That screech was so awful, I covered my ears. I go to get my pellet gun, thinking it could protect me, but it acted more like a security blanket. I aimed it at the creek, kept my eye on the scope, and watched for every single movement I could. But the thing doesn't come back up. I'll never forget what happened that day, and I can still hear the rattling of chains in my head. It's so vivid. I don't ever want to hear it for real again. I'm not entirely sure how middle of nowhere the next 2 stories are, but I did my best to go off of some hunches, as I think they're pretty cool stories. The first takes place in West Virginia, which is quite rural, and the second takes place in Mexico, 5 hours from the airport. Just wanted to let you know I'm just guessing on these, but I think you'll enjoy the stories nonetheless. The Familiar Visits at Night from Bleak Mountain. This happened in our former home, an old house way out in West Virginia that housed many bad memories for my family and I. We live in another state now. We're the only ones who have ever lived in that house. It was built and never sold until my family and I bought it. I've always thought that spirits and entities were attracted to negative emotions and outbursts, which happened a lot in my old house. In addition, my father was going through hard times at the time, with his job, money, the usual. The old house is a one-story place with a basement. It has 3 bedrooms. One of the bedrooms was the master bedroom, and they gave that to my oldest sister. That's because my 2 teenage sisters needed their own rooms, as did I when I grew older. My parents used to sleep in the master bedroom for a while, but since they needed to give it to my sister, they separated a part of the basement off and made it into their bedroom. One night, my mother was lying beside my father in their bed when she noticed a mist hovering over my father, who was fast asleep. My mother thought it was her mother, but our dog started barking, and she knew something wasn't right. However, she thought it'd be best not to wake up her husband and scare him. The next night, however, she was fast asleep, and my father was awakened. My sisters and I would sometimes come down to my parents' room at night to talk to them because we were scared. When my father awoke this night, he noticed what he thought was my youngest sister standing in the doorway. The figure was dressed in white and had blonde hair. My sisters had blonde hair too. "You okay, sweetie?" he said, tired and irritated to be woke up. The figure, whom he thought was my sister until now, turned its head in confusion, much like a dog would. My father's face turned quickly from tiredness to terror, his eyes wide open and the hairs on his arms sticking up. He realized the figure did not know he could see it. That is why it looked confused. He also realized it wasn't my youngest sister, for all the lights were off, and when she came down to the basement, she was too scared to not have them on, and would turn on as many lights as she could. Then its face began changing, from my youngest sister's face to my grandmother's, then to my aunt's. My father began yelling loudly to my mother, "Turn on the light!" He kept trying to wake her up. She finally did and turned on the light as he asked. She asked what was wrong. He wouldn't talk to her for about half an hour, though. When he finally told her, she was shocked and admitted what she saw the other night. My dad said that the figure he saw dispersed into a mist after my mom awakened. My parents thought it could possibly be my mother's mom's spirit, as my youngest sister did look like her. Today, however, I think my dad believes it was a familiar, though my mother is convinced it was malevolent. If you don't know, a familiar is an entity who disguises itself as a loved one or someone you know. I've heard of them asking to come into someone's house or luring someone towards them, disguised as someone they love. But I think this one was invited into our home by means of negative emotion and outburst. I believed it to have been a demon in the form of someone we know. We have since blessed the house in the name of the Lord, and there have not been too many odd occurrences afterwards. Just beware. If you live among negative energy and emotion, you might just invite something in. Something harmful, something you weren't expecting. The Crying Woman, from Jessica D. I'm sure we've all heard the legend of La Llorona, the Crying Woman, and I can't say for sure if what I experienced here was indeed a La Llorona encounter, but it was still terrifying. This story takes place in 2017, when I was on vacation in Mexico, visiting my in-laws. It was the first time I'd be meeting them in person, as my husband and I were living in California with our 3 children. I should mention that I'm a white, bilingual female, and this visit was a total surprise to all but one of my in-laws. My older daughters, who are twins, chose not to travel with me, mostly because my husband is their stepfather, and they really don't have contact with his side of the family. They don't speak Spanish, and my in-laws do not speak English. It was just me and our then 2-year-old daughter, who was his only blood-related child, traveling to visit her paternal grandparents, while my husband stayed in the States working, making sure the bills and rent were paid for the 2 months we'd be gone. It was a very exciting adventure. It would be both of our first time meeting my husband's parents, as well as our first time in Mexico. We were met at the airport by one of my sister-in-laws, the only one who knew we were coming, and her husband, who drove us from the airport to their home some 5 hours away. My husband and I have a house on the same property as his parents that we are still currently building onto, so at the time of my visit, the second story was still missing the roof, among other things. My daughter, who we'll call Ivy, and I stayed in the room downstairs that is already completed, but at night, I would frequently sneak upstairs when my daughter was asleep, just to stare at the beautiful night sky. Although the days were hot and humid, at night the whole atmosphere changed, and it's fresh and cool, and it often rained, even in the summer months. On nights when it doesn't rain, you can still see spectacular lightning storms in the distance, lighting up the night sky. One night, however, I saw something that will forever chill me to the bone. I'd only been staying there a few days when, late at night, I woke up to use the bathroom and get a drink of water. It was then that I heard a faint cry. Thinking it may have been my mother-in-law, I snuck through the doorway that separated our 2 houses as they connected. I stood outside of her room listening for her crying, but when I heard it again, I realized it wasn't coming from her room. It wasn't coming from the house at all. Instead, the faint sound of a woman crying was coming from outside and seemed to be getting closer. I rushed, quietly but quickly, back to my house, creeping up the stairs to look through one of these still uncovered windows of what will soon be my room. Like I said, the house was still under construction, so aside from not having a roof, the windows were basically just huge rectangular holes in the brick wall, without any kind of bars or glass to cover them. As I crept to the window closest to me, where I could get the best vantage point, I peered out to the street, where I saw something that caused me to freeze in place, and goosebumps popped up all over my body. Walking very slowly down the street was a woman dressed in a long black dress. I say she was walking, but the truth is she appeared to be in fact floating. I could not see her dress move at all as she made her way down the deserted main road. Now this caught me as extremely unusual. She was alone in the dark at 3:30 a.m. That is not safe, especially not in Mexico. As I continued to watch her gently glide down the street, I soon saw her stop in place right in front of the entrance to the property, and when she stopped, so did the crying. I watched in horror as ever so slowly, she turned and seemed to be looking directly at me. It was almost as if she knew I was watching her, and even more terrifying, she seemed to know where I was. A chill ran down my spine, my skin covered with goosebumps. I quickly ducked below the window. My blood felt as if it had turned to ice, and I was too scared to stand up, afraid that I'd find her approaching our home. Thankfully, though, when I did get up, about 30 seconds after crouching down, she was gone. There was no trace of her at all on the street, and there was no way that she could have moved out of my line of sight that quickly. I had a bird's eye view almost, and would have seen her running down the street in either direction. And then I thought, what if she had snuck onto the property while I wasn't looking? What if she was looking for a way in? On the road, there were some lamps, but once on our property, she would have the complete cover of darkness, rendering her virtually invisible, and that thought chilled me. I rushed back downstairs to make sure that all the heavy metal doors were all securely locked in both houses. After assuring myself that the place was locked up tight, I started making my way back to my room. But before I could get there, my daughter began to cry and scream for me. I ran back to my room, no longer caring how much noise I made. But when I entered the room, it was empty, aside from my 2-year-old sitting up in the middle of the bed. Even through the darkness of the room and the mesh of the mosquito net around her bed, I could see the terror on her face as she pointed to the window that looked out to the back door of our home. I rushed to the back door and illuminated the backyard with my cell phone, trying to see something, anything that might be lurking in the dark. The night was completely silent, except for the buzz of the mosquitoes and the chirping of the crickets. Before going back to bed, I again checked all the doors and windows on the ground floor, this time with Ivy in my arms. Again, everything was locked and secured, so I took Ivy back to bed. Within 30 minutes, we were both fast asleep. I awoke a few hours later to find the sun up, and something I found to be completely impossible. The back door to my house was wide open. The same door that Ivy had been pointing to in fear only a few hours ago. But I'd made sure it was closed and locked it before lying down to sleep. And had anyone in the house opened it, I would have been awakened by the distinct screeching and grinding of the metal lock sliding open. So, did the crying woman find a way inside? I still don't know. From Running 8.3. This took place in the middle of farm country in New York. Most people hear New York and immediately think NYC. Not even close. There's a huge state above New York City, full of woods, farms, and tiny towns. It's actually very beautiful, just very expensive to live here. And with no jobs in those small towns, you can only guess the poverty levels. Anyway, I'm getting off track. I'm a lover of all things spooky, but I am a skeptic, or I was. I'm still on the fence. The night in question was a very warm, humid night. The sky was slightly cloud-covered, and the fire I'd made was flickering nicely. This was the first time I'd had any time to myself in a few months, as I'm a mom of 3 awesome kids who are now all grown. I lived in town and had neighbors on either side of me and out back of me, but there were some small trees and brush separating the back and fences on either side of us. I was sitting by myself drinking a few beers and definitely had a buzz going on, but I was aware of my surroundings still. I heard a weird noise coming from the side of one of the neighbors' yards, and I figured it was my neighbor just checking in on me. I sat there waiting to hear his voice. It was around 1 a.m., and it wasn't unusual for him to be awake. I waited for a moment and heard nothing, so I figured it was just the beer talking. I decided that was probably enough, and I should let the fire die out and go inside. The moment I stood up, I heard a low growl. What in the world? I thought. All my dogs were inside, and the neighbors didn't have dogs anymore, as they had to put their dog down a week earlier. I called out to my dogs, and all 3 showed up at the glass door inside, so it couldn't have been them. Then it grew louder, an aggressive growl, a warning. My eyes darted around to find nothing. I grew up around wildlife, and regardless of what people will tell you, there are wolves in New York. So that did cross my mind. Maybe that or a coyote. They can be pretty common in the area. Also black bears, but no way that noise was a bear. I grabbed a flashlight, and I heard the growl once more. Only this time it sounded like it said,
Don't.
By then, I'm a little scared. But then I think it's just my imagination, and I need to go inside. I grabbed the bucket of water and dumped it around the fire, then onto it. That's when I spotted it. A large figure standing at the fence, a very large figure. I almost threw up from fear and from the smell. There was an aroma coming from it, like rotten garbage. I was terrified, but acted like I hadn't seen it. Whatever it was had to have been at least 7 feet tall, and it looked to have fur covering its body,
Its growl was so menacing. I walked towards my house, and I could hear it following me. I got inside, locking the doors and grabbing a knife. My dogs were now sniffing vigorously and growling themselves. They love everyone and are never aggressive, so this was odd behavior. My doorknob on my door started to rattle, and my dogs went crazy. I yelled and ran for the living room. Heart of a lion, I have. That was the last thing I heard that night, so the dogs must have scared whoever or whatever it was away. Still, I stayed up the rest of the night. I finally did fall asleep at daylight. I have no idea if it was someone messing with me or something else, but I never did do the alone around a fire thing ever again while I lived there. The Gray Man That Visits Me, from Leia, 27. I'm a 20-year-old girl who grew up in a cult. 90% of my family belonged to that cult. As a result, I was very sheltered and supervised constantly. Though I wasn't completely convinced of the teachings, I didn't exactly have anywhere to go if I wanted to leave. So I got baptized in 2019. The week after my baptism was the first time he visited. I was asleep on a hot summer night, the breeze cooling my feet at the foot of my bed. I slept with my windows slightly open and the screens closed to keep out bugs. The room was dark except for the minimal light from the street outside the room. Suddenly, I'm jerked awake as I feel something heavy pounce on my chest. My eyes shot open, but I saw nothing. I tried to get up, but I was being pushed down into the mattress. All at once, the pressure was lifted from me, and I sat up, parallel to my window. And there he was. A slender figure, gray in color, sitting with its legs tucked into its chest outside my window. The thing's head snapped towards me, and I saw its face for the first time. His head looked as though it was a skull, thinly draped in gray, leathery skin. He was completely bald, with sunken black holes for eye sockets, his eyes being bloodshot and pupilless. Suddenly, I drew in a breath and stood to run, but I was tackled to the ground by some force while paintings flew off the walls of my room towards me. I attempted to crawl towards the door when my hamster cage was thrown from my desk onto my head, and all the writing utensils on my desk were shot towards me. I screamed so hard and loud, soon my family busted open my locked door to find me there. I was curled into a ball, crying in the middle of my room when they flicked on the light. My dad immediately started yelling at me to be quiet and just tell him what happened. I opened my eyes and my room was completely intact. The only thing on the floor was a painting I'd done a month prior, directly in front of me. The painting was of a creature that I hadn't stopped seeing in my dreams until I drew it. It was the Gray Man. I bolted from the room and collapsed on the floor in front of my siblings. I barely had a voice after screaming like I had, so through a hoarse voice, I relayed the series of events that had just occurred. My parents, being super religious, immediately began to come up with BS explanations to dismiss what I'd seen. I recently told my parents I was depressed, and under the advice of my maternal grandparents, my parents began to believe I was depressed because I was lacking in faith and didn't trust in divine power enough. There was no evidence of my room being trashed or the Gray Man at my window, just the painting in the middle of the floor. My dad walked around my room slowly, and he picked up the painting. He spent some time contemplating the painting in his hand and the paintings on my walls, all done by me as I was an art student. He walked out to the hallway and stood in front of me with the painting in hand. He handed me the painting as my siblings and mother looked down at it. "You have attracted a demon," my dad said. I stared at him blankly as confusion covered my siblings' faces. My mind raced with the possibility of how I could have done this. The things you draw, the things you paint, the stories you write, You say you're expressing your feelings, but in doing this, you're inviting these negative spirits." He took on a preaching tone as he said this. "It's true. We looked at your history and what you've been watching and the books you've been reading. It's all horror and crime, so much violence." My mom butted in. "You know what you have to do," my dad told me as he dismissed everyone back to their rooms. I started to walk back into my room as the lights in the house turned off one by one. Then I heard my older sister at the bottom of the steps say, "I believe you." I motioned for her to follow me into my room, and she did. We sat on my bed, discussing what I'd seen. The following day, I called the elders of my congregation and explained to them the events of the past night. They told me to collect all the paintings of the creature I'd ever done, and all the books and movies in my room that might provoke evil spirits. They told me next to build a bonfire and burn the pile of devil propaganda and pray over it. I did just as they said, through the tears and pain of losing my beloved paintings and books. Fast forward to the end of 2020. I'd graduated high school, and I started college to become a veterinary assistant. Alongside school, I worked at an animal rescue shelter, right in the middle of the woods on the countryside of town. My boss at the rescue was a part of the same cult as my parents. Her husband was very close with my dad. They were both higher-ups in the congregation. I was alone most of the time I worked at the rescue, walking animals on paths through the woods by myself, spending most of my day in the yard bordering the thick woods. I saw the gray man frequently at sunset, out in the woods, just watching. He'd follow my movements as I locked up the rescue and drove down the winding dirt road to get back to the main road. On the final occasion I saw him, I was alone in the outdoor kennels on a very overcast day. I was in the kennels collecting dog toys in preparation of scrubbing the kennels when I felt the pressure of someone hugging me from behind. I looked up, glancing over my shoulder. No one was there. The force let me go, and I spun around. None of the animals were anywhere to be seen either. Thunder cracked loudly, and my hair was suddenly yanked down. I dropped onto my back. I began screaming as I felt the force of someone kicking and punching my torso. The sky broke with huge raindrops as the yard erupted with barks and yelps from the animals. My boss pulled up into the yard and jumped out of her car, running over to me. She lifted me up, freaking out as I screamed to her that I had been attacked. She told me there was no one here and that I sounded crazy. The next day was my day off. When I woke up, I was sore and my body felt so heavy. I stepped in front of the mirror and I lifted my shirt. My back and chest were covered in bruises and small cuts. I showed no one for fear they'd do something extreme to expel the spirit from my life. My boss's husband had heard about the encounter in my room from my dad, and of course my boss told him what had happened with me at the rescue. He advised my dad to keep a closer eye on me and to monitor everything I partook in. He did just that. This went on for a year until I got a job at a beauty shop down the street. At the shop, I finally met people who weren't in my cult. They introduced me to new ways of thinking and new aspects of life. Fast forward to 2022, I've left the cult and now practice witchcraft as I'm becoming more in tune with my inner spirit and life path. I have no contact with anyone from the cult, and they have no idea where I reside or work anymore. I have not seen the gray man since that day at the rescue, but lately I've been increasingly paranoid at night for no apparent reason. I've cleansed my energy and my home, but I'm anxious anytime I leave the house. I've been waking up to the window unlocked, even though I routinely lock all windows and doors before lying down each night. I'm afraid he has not forgotten me. This is why I hate Halloween. From I Love My Dog 567.
No one believes that I saw whatever this thing was. It took place on Halloween. I was 11, almost 12, and in my neighborhood, we celebrate every holiday. I lived in a secluded area of southern Georgia, full of thick weeds, trees, brush, and all that stuff. We were doing a trunk or treat since all the houses were spaced out. It'd be too far to walk from house to house to get candy, so we all thought it would be easier to do the trunk or treat. The night went smoothly, and my friend's mom, who we'll call B, was dressing up as Ghostface. So when we saw B hiding in the brush, it wasn't a surprise. I guess all of us kids like the idea of being scared. I've always been a fan of horror myself. I do believe in the supernatural. Now on that night, it was getting darker out, and my one neighbor and I, let's call them J, wanted to go find B. So we gathered all of our friends and my brother and his friends to go look for B. Now being a kid, I was torn on who to go with. I mean my friends or my own blood. But they went on without me as I was undecided, leaving me under a streetlight in front of my house. I started to walk the way my friends had gone. Keep in mind the woods were on the left side of me, and our streetlight bulb was dying out, so I pulled out my phone and turned on the light. I remember I was walking and getting a little nervous, being alone. It was around then I heard a branch snap. I did what anyone would do. I shone my flashlight towards the sound, expecting a squirrel or something like it. At first, I didn't see anything. I should have kept going, but instead I was too curious. I looked around some more. That was a mistake. Sitting in the brush, not even trying to hide, was a pitch-black figure. It looked like it had copied B's outfit with the Scream mask, but when it stood up, it was way taller than B. I stood there staring at it in shock. The way people say time slowed down when they experienced something traumatic, that's how it was for me. Everything seemed to slow down. That's when it hit me. It was saying something under its breath, and it sounded like B, but not right. I could only make out one word.
Run.
Before I could even think it, I was running, and I was screaming, and I had soiled myself. I ran to my brother because I didn't want to go past that thing. When I got to my brother in a heavy panic, I saw B there. How'd you get here before me? I remember screeching at her. I was with them the whole time, Leah. At that moment, I realized that wasn't B back there. She couldn't have beaten me through the Georgia thick brush. My brother took me back to my parents, and that's where I stayed for a while, jumping at every sound. That night I told my neighbor Jay about the story, and she believed me. I spent the night at Jay's house. Jay's place was 2 stories high, and her bed was underneath the window. Her window had no blinds or curtains, so you could just see out or in. It was about 10 at night. We were watching a movie and getting sugar high. At a certain moment, I was opening up some candy, and I heard a tap coming from the window. Not just 1, but 4 or 5. Jay asked if I was doing that, and to stop. But I replied, no, it wasn't me. I was cut off by what sounded like me screaming from earlier. But again, it was wrong, like when that thing mimicked B's voice. It sounded kind of like me, but it was on repeat. At this point, I knew what it was. I didn't dare to turn around. I started throwing up from fear, and Jay began to cry. Sometime later, it left. The encounters that night made me hate Halloween. I don't know what it was. Maybe a skinwalker, but I can't be sure. Jay and I have been closer friends than ever, and we both can't sleep without some type of light on in the house. We were never scared of the dark before this. If anyone knows what this is, leave us a comment, and thank you for hearing my story to the end. It feels good to tell others about it. Death and the Hat Man, from Money Be Good.
I'm a girl in my 50s. This is a true story of events that took place over a decade ago. It was a cold winter night. I was with my fiancé at his home that rested in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains in Pennsylvania. The wind was wicked, and the snow was blowing sideways. It was building up to be quite a night, and as the lights flickered here and there, we both knew we needed to settle in for the evening. Before we could, though, he needed to run to the store for a few necessities: cigarettes, drinks, and snacks. We mostly hung out at my place, so his home was scantily stocked. I didn't feel like going back out, so alone, I curled up on the corner of his couch by a lamp and opened up a book which I'd started to read earlier that week. Now, when he had left and no sooner pulled out of the driveway, the lights had begun to flicker. Geez, I thought, I really didn't want to be there alone if his lights went out for good. This place was not as comfortable as my own home, and at times it gave me an eerie vibe. I turned my attention to my book, telling myself that it wouldn't be too long. The store is only 1 mile away. But when they flickered for about 5 seconds again, I decided I wanted to go to his room instead. There I could nestle under his thick bed comforter, and if the power went out, I could just cover up my head and wait it out. My fiancé, Doug, liked to hang a sheet between his bedroom and living room in the winter months, simply to keep more heat in his bedroom. I got up from the couch, turned off the lamp, and approached the doorway to his room. I then reached my hand around the sheet and flipped on his bedroom light. Then, standing before me, just inches from me on the sheet, was the distinct shadow of a tall man in a flat-brimmed hat. I froze. In the seconds before I regained myself, I noticed no features except his hat, and that he was possibly wearing a long coat of some sort. "Move," my mind screamed, and I finally reacted, flipping his bedroom light switch back off. I backed up in amazement and could not believe what I just saw. I stood there a minute, just gathering my composure. With a bit of courage from who knows where, I flipped the switch again. He was gone. I decided then to move back to the couch and wait for Doug there. When he arrived, I told him what I saw. He said my face was drained of all color, and my eyes were wider than he'd ever seen. It was obvious something terrified me, so he believed me. Needless to say, I spent less time at his place from that point on. I'm really not sure exactly how much time went by, but it was now nearly spring and I was home, sleeping soundly in my bed. My phone rang at around 6 a.m. Sleepily, I answered to the frantic voice of Doug's neighbor, Jeff, yelling into my ear. He explained to me that Doug's house was on fire and that Doug needed to get home now. I quickly turned towards the side of the bed where Doug slept, only to see an empty space, and remembered that Doug had gone home last night. I shouted to Jeff that Doug was home, that he needed to check on him ASAP. He needed to get him out of that house. We hung up as he agreed to call me as soon as he got Doug out of the house. His plan was to break his bedroom window, assuming Doug was in his bed. I threw on my shoes and jumped in my car, still in my pajamas. It was a 15-minute drive to his house, and I gotta tell you, it was the longest 15-minute drive of my life. My phone wasn't ringing as I anticipated a call back from Jeff telling me that Doug was safely out of the house. 5 minutes into the drive, I'm now speeding down the highway when I hear the city fire whistles going off, and still no calls from the neighbor. As I turned onto the top of his long, windy road, I could see the flashing lights where his house was. My mind knew the truth, but my heart would not accept it yet. "No, no, no," I screamed. I approached a fire truck, threw my car in park, and ran to the closest fire person I could reach, yelling, "Please tell me you got him out of there." She asked me who I was, and I responded his fiancée. She put her head down and shook it left to right, clearly meaning no. My knees collapsed, and before I hit the ground, Jeff caught me. It was a couple of hours before the fire was safely out, and the fire personnel could enter the home. As they opened the front door, I looked in.
There on the floor, lying in the doorway between his bedroom and living room, was Doug. The fire never reached him. He had passed away instead due to smoke inhalation. I then realized where he lay was the exact spot that I saw the Hat Man just a couple of months ago. Did the Hat Man come to warn me of Doug's impending death? Did he cause Doug's death by appearing in the exact same spot Doug died in? I don't know much about the Hat Man, other than he is seen all over the world. But my question is why? Does anyone have any information they can give on him? I know my Doug is in a better place now, but I miss him terribly, and I have so many unanswered questions. The Thing in the Woods. From Anonymous. I'm a high school student that lives in between a medium-sized city and a rural country town in western North Carolina. This happened one year on Halloween. I just can't take it off my mind no matter what I do. What I heard and felt in those woods just wasn't normal. It was about 6 p.m. that night. I just got out of the shower after I got home from football practice. I was getting ready to go to my first ever party at a friend's house. I got dressed and was going as the "you know I had to do it to him" guy, because it was easy to do. I went into the garage and opened the garage door to get the leash for my dog Jack, so he could come with me. For some reason, my stepdad let Jack out of the house without a leash because he thought he would listen. Jack is a mix of a greyhound and yellow lab, so he likes to sniff around and chase animals. So letting him off the leash was a bad idea. So Jack bolted out of the door and out of the house. I ran after him because we live by a road where people tend not to follow the speed limit. I chased him around for about 10 minutes until he came to the entrance of these woods that are at the end of my street. He and I saw a deer run out of one side of the woods, and my dog bolted after him. I got flustered and went in after him. This was a really bad idea on my part. A little something about these woods. On 2 sides it borders a highway, and on the other 2 sides just houses. It has an area of maybe 20 miles, which is just an estimate on my part. I spent the next 30 minutes wandering the woods on my own with a weird feeling that I can't really describe. At one point I thought I heard a noise down this small path. I went down the path because I thought the noise could have come from my dog. Or maybe I was just hopeful it was from him. I went that way for about 5 minutes, while this feeling I had got weirder and weirder. I then came to a clearing in the woods after walking over a small hill. The ground was covered in these tall, grass-like plants that were maybe 3 feet tall at most. As I moved through the area, I suddenly froze. Half my mind wanted me to proceed and find my dog, but the other half begged me to turn around and leave, because something just wasn't right out here. I stood there for a few seconds before I realized that all the sounds around me had gone. It was complete silence. No crickets, birds, or animals, only the distant sound of cars on the highway. This was strange, as just earlier as I was walking around, I'd heard noises everywhere else. Suddenly, there was a new noise. In front of me, I heard the sound of branches cracking and leaves being crushed. Whatever was coming through, it was big. The sound I made when walking in the woods was pretty loud because I'm a big guy, but this noise sounded way louder than the noise I could make. It kept getting closer and closer to me until I finally decided to turn around and walk the other way. My brain was trying to rationalize what this was, but nothing really made sense. Coyotes that live in the area wouldn't be out for a while and wouldn't make that much noise. It wasn't a deer since it would be moving much faster, and I would have probably heard my dog's collar as well. After all, he would be hot on its tail. Bears don't live around here, only in the areas to the south of where I live. I also rolled out the idea of someone living in these woods. There may be people in the area that do that, but no person that was living out in the woods could weigh that much and would have probably said something to me by now, so as to avoid startling me. I kept walking, and I heard the sound of the steps starting to get faster. Then I began to sprint, booking it down the hill, just running through branches and briars in a straight line. I didn't care to turn around to see what it was chasing me, because whatever it was, I didn't feel like seeing it. I thought that would make me panic even worse. After about 3 minutes, I saw the opening in the woods again. This creature was still hot on my tail, and I was starting to get really tired. I ran through the opening and kept going past one of the houses. Then I heard it. This ungodly roar. It came from behind me, from that thing that pursued me. I'd never heard anything like it before. It didn't sound like any animal that I knew. I can't even imitate the noise myself, no matter how hard I try. My blood ran cold, and I felt the biggest adrenaline boost of my life. I ran back to my house in record time, and I ran inside. I called my parents back to the house since they were in the car searching for my dog. We gave up the search for the time being, and I was still pretty shook up from what just happened. I left for the party when my parents got to the house, because I wanted to leave the area, at least for a while. My stepdad did decide to stay home despite my warnings because he wanted to be there if the dog came back. And thankfully the dog did come back, safe if not a little bit shaken. I'm still troubled by this because I don't know what chased me. I'm never going to step foot near those woods again. This makes me quite glad I'm going to college so I can get away from whatever that was. Fair warning to anyone visiting the country area to the west of Asheville, North Carolina. Don't go into the woods alone or unarmed.
Not Alone in the Woods, from Wyatt 2002. My mom and dad moved us to a small town called Gleason. We lived about 6 miles away from the actual town in the middle of nowhere. Our house was surrounded by nothing but forest. When I say house, I mean house, barn, and shed. So my 3 brothers and I were pretty happy to be in a new place. The first thing we did was explore the new house and land. Everything seemed great for the first 2 months. One day we were playing in the weeds when we saw something. It looked like a bear, so we ran inside and stayed inside the rest of the night. We didn't feel like being bear chow. The next morning came and we go back out into the woods, feeling a bit braver. There was no signs of any bear as far as we knew, so we started playing hide and seek, and we didn't think about what we saw the previous day. After all, we didn't get a good look, so maybe it was just nothing. My 2 brothers and I were hiding from our other brother. After a while, he found us, and that was the end of the game, so we were heading back inside. Our plan was to play video games the rest of the day. But around 6:30 in the evening, we were playing hide and seek again. It was beginning to get dark out, which made the game more suspenseful. We were hiding in the woods because the brother that was it this time was afraid of the woods at night. Yeah, it may have been unfair, but we used it to our advantage. A little while later, when our brother did not find us yet, we were beginning to get worried. I felt bad for hiding out here, and I was afraid he may have gotten lost if he did come in the woods to look for us. But something did find us. As we were sitting there being quiet, we heard movement behind us. When we turned and looked, we saw something that scared the living daylights out of us. It was some dark black creature standing on 2 legs with eyes that reflected yellow in the dim moonlight. It appeared to be observing us. Despite being absolutely terrified, I couldn't move. My 2 brothers that were with me ran away, but they left me there, scared stiff. The creature began walking towards me. I was crying now, tears flooding down my face, but still I could not move. My body was fighting against my mind.
Luckily for me, one of my brothers went to get my dad, who came back out with a rifle. When my dad hollered at me to get inside now, my limbs finally listened and began to move. I ran back to the house as I heard my dad fire a shot at this thing. I'll never forget what I heard after that. A bone-chilling, gnarly scream. My dad then ran inside, making sure all the kids were inside before he went in. He had us quickly lock all the doors with him, as well as the windows. He even armed us with the extra rifles, and we all slept in the same room together after watching through the windows for a while. The following day, my brothers and my dad and I go back outside, rifles at the ready. We don't find the creature, but what we do find is one of the larger trees in our yard knocked down. It wasn't like that the night before, and I think we all were thinking the same thing. That creature had done this. We lived in that house for 5 years, and then we moved a few miles away from the house. It wasn't far, but apparently it was far enough to not have to see that thing or anything like it again. Still, I never liked being that close to the house. Thankfully, another 3 years after that, we moved again. We moved about 45 minutes away to Mosinee, and we haven't seen anything weird again. Abandoned Trailer from Abby R. In the summer of 2018, my brother, my then boyfriend, and I were riding our dirt bikes. I decided to show my then boyfriend the abandoned trailer that we had found on our property. Before I continue, I need to give some information about this place. My family lives on 500 plus mountainous acres in California, right on the Nevada border. We have a 5-mile-long dirt road that leads to our place. About 3.5 miles up the dirt road, there's an abandoned camping trailer that was left by the previous owners of the property. It's a very creepy place because there are, for some reason, women's shoes scattered all around the trailer. I'll call my boyfriend James for the sake of the story, and my brother Tim. Tim and I were telling James about how creepy all the women's shoes were. When we arrived at the trailer on our dirt bikes, all the shoes were gone. Even all the sheets off the bed and the old teapot was also gone. This was bizarre, because they had been there the last time we were there, and we were the only people around for several miles. Tim figured my uncle had decided to clean the place up. Some random abandoned trailer stinking up the land, I guess. After this, though, I was kind of creeped out and I wanted to leave, but the boys wanted to continue riding their dirt bikes, so that's what we did. After about an hour of riding, it was beginning to get dark. We figured it was time we head home, but Tim wanted to do one more quick lap on the land, but he ended up breaking the chain on his dirt bike. We had to call my dad to come pick us up. On the phone, he said he'd be on his way, and it would take about half an hour. Those 30 minutes felt like forever, and when we finally saw my dad's truck in the distance, instead of stopping to pick us up, he drove right past us. He didn't even glance at the three of us. That was weird. As my dad passed, that's when we saw a man in the back of his truck. He was wearing navy blue and had a long black beard, black hair, and his arms were covered in tattoos. I tried calling my dad on the phone, but he wouldn't answer. So then I called my mom and asked if she knew what was going on, but she didn't know. We knew we had to get home as quickly as possible. We managed to get the chain back on the broken bike as well as we could, which wasn't very well, but it allowed us to get home. By the time we made it back, my mom had heard from my dad, and now she was on the phone with the cops. I asked what was going on, and we eventually got the story. My dad had picked up a man from town who was hitchhiking. But my uncle had caught wind of who the man was. When my uncle saw my dad and the man in the back of his truck, he fired a warning shot, scaring the man, who then ran off into the woods. As my mother told me this story, I kept asking, why did my uncle fire a warning shot at all? Who was this man? Well, apparently, he was a wanted trafficker. And considering I was a small 14-year-old girl at the time, I was pretty terrified, knowing that he was on the loose in our woods. It's kind of creepy that my dad had helped a man and drove right past me as he watched me from the back of that truck, and none of us even knew what he was. The police never found him, and for all we know now, he's still out on our property. When you're in the middle of nowhere, you assume you're alone. Wouldn't anyone? We usually find ourselves in the middle of nowhere to be alone, to relax, to find peace away from society. But sometimes, when you're in the middle of nowhere, that's the furthest from what we get. Good night. If you enjoyed this episode, be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe. If you have your own story, share it with us at darkstories.org or darknessprevails.org/submit. If you want to support the show, check the links below. There's a link to my Patreon where you can donate, a link to my merch store where you can get some creepy cool merchandise, and a referral link where you can start investing with Acorns, which helps me out too. Now, as usual, here are my 5 favorite early comments from the previous full video, titled 5 Night Drive Horror Stories. The Mindless Knight says, "My body is ready. Give me a few minutes and 32 ounces of lotion, and I'll be ready too." Andrew McGee says, "Man, this guy's voice is so relaxing, and just adds to the horror stories." Aw, thanks Andrew McGee, I really appreciate that. Now if only my own voice could make me sleepy, then I could be that weird guy talking to himself and snoring at the same time. Alex McMahon says, "A nighttime drive. I'm normally the scariest thing you'll see walking along the road." If you're talking about your profile picture, I think those went extinct a long time ago. But if they didn't, that's a story I definitely have to narrate. 11 Bang Bang says, "Darkness, I used to listen to you on deployment to help me sleep. Thanks." You're freaking welcome, and thank you for your service. Being in a dangerous place to protect your family that you're away from. Now that's the scariest story. And Johnny3897 says, "Hey Darkness, do you know who Stephen King is? And if so, what's your favorite book or movie of his?" Oh yeah, I know Stephen King. My favorite book of his is Salem's Lot, but that may be because I haven't read too many of his books. And as for my favorite Stephen King movie, it's a toss-up between The Mist, because I'm a sucker for interdimensional monsters, or the new It, because it was way better than I thought it would be, and I went to watch it twice. Well, that brings us to the end of this Darkness Prevails episode, but don't you worry, more scary stories are on the way soon, so stay tuned. Until next time, be sure to hit that like button, share this with your friends, and blow a quick kiss to my patrons, who are some great people. Remember, stay safe out there, and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. It came from the attic. From George. When I was 12, my parents moved us into an old brick house, a 20-minute drive from the nearby town. There were a couple of neighbors up and down the road from us, but we never really got to know them. It was mostly just cedar trees in every direction. I would later learn from my mom that this home was pretty old and had not been lived in for a couple of decades. My parents were happy to have purchased the home at such a competitive price, though it doesn't sound like they even had any other buyers to compete with at the time. I also recently learned that the old house has long since been demolished. Now, being 12, you'd think moving to a new home would be a bit tougher on me, but I welcomed it. We were still within the region, so I wouldn't have to change schools. I would just have to take a bus from there on out. And my parents seemed so much happier. My dad found himself to be a passionate gardener, and my mother absolutely enjoyed raising a small pen of chickens there. As for the house itself, the place was amazingly well put together. Despite its obvious age, the wiring worked perfectly, as did the plumbing. The gas lines never gave us trouble either. Sure, we had the creaking floorboards and all that, but nothing really fell apart. Whoever had built the home had put their care and patience into building it. Made it that much easier for my family to fall in love with the place. Things began getting weird there after moving in. It all started with noises in the attic. The sound of something crawling around up there, starting around sundown. Of course, the usual explanations were made. Dad said it was squirrels or a barn owl, while Mom said that raccoons and possums were quite common around these parts. The sound really only annoyed my dad, as he saw it as some rodent encroaching on his comfort and prized home. As for me, it was kind of soothing to fall asleep to. I would imagine little squirrels getting ready for shut-eye at dusk, or getting playful in the night. There were other circumstances, though. Every once in a long while, one of Mom's chickens would go missing. We would never find it, though. Not even a feather trail would be left, forcing Mom to assume that the chicken had somehow escaped of its own volition. Every couple of months when it happened, she'd simply rework her chicken pen, or upgrade it in some way. At a point, so many improvements to the pen actually worked, and the chicken disappearances stopped. I did experience something rather weird one morning, when those chicken disappearances were at their height. Before daybreak, around 5:30 a.m. each school day, I'd have to wake up, get ready, then throw the chickens some feed on the way to the bus stop. Simple enough. After a couple of months, it became so routine to me, it'd be easy to forget doing any of it, once I would finally fully wake up during the bus ride. I can't tell you how many times my autopilot mode had me paranoid that I'd forgotten to feed the chickens, though in actuality I had never made that mistake. As an adult, it's kind of like driving to work, but getting there and not even remembering the drive. Routines that have become deeply programmed into you, like that, are a curious thing. So, when something strange happens, interrupting your routine, you become quickly and fully aware of it. Now, during my morning rituals, my parents are usually already gone and off to work. They were both home by noon each day, meaning I was alone whenever I went to the bus stop. On my way out the door, that particular morning, a half-eaten Pop-Tart in my free hand, I started to make my way to the chicken pen. In my other hand was a plastic green scoop full of chicken feed. As usual, once I made it to the pen, I opened the wire gate and I tossed the feed inside, making sure to spread it around a bit. The chickens went wild, excitedly munching down on their breakfast, while I shut the wire gate and made my way back to the front door to slide the scoop back into the feed bag. After that, I began walking down the dirt path to the road. I recall that morning being especially foggy. There was a large pond on the property, so we were no strangers to fog in the early hours of the day. But that day, the mist was peculiarly thick. I had at most 20 yards of visibility before things began to fade into silhouettes and eventually into nothingness. When I made it to about 25 yards past the chicken coop, I heard a noise that made me come to a complete stop. Once they settled down into their meal, the chickens were usually quiet as they ate, with an occasional cluck. But what I had heard was a sudden stir and panic from the chickens inside the pen. The sound of feathers rustling together and anxious clucks are very distinct. I turned around and started to walk back toward the pen. At the time, the walls of the pen were about 5 feet up with a wire mesh covering the top. As I stepped a few feet closer, however, I gasped. I remember how wide my eyes went. There was a dark silhouette standing next to the chicken pen. With ease, the figure had not only peeled back the wire mesh that made up the top of the pen, but they were tall enough to need to lean down to reach through the top and grab one of the chickens. In fact, the arm was already in the process of coming back up, with one of our hens in hand. I stood there in shock. Maybe I should have shouted at least, but the proportions of the figure were all out of whack. I mean, what kind of tall, lanky, chicken-stealing weirdo had been coming out onto our property when they thought we were gone to take our chickens? This stranger was tall enough to just peel back the top and lean in to have his choice of our livestock. When I nervously cleared my throat, I saw the arm twitch. After a brief moment, it then yanked the chicken out, letting go of the top of the pen and disappearing into the fog. I remember running toward the bus stop after that, the only familiar direction where that creepy stranger couldn't be. I wish I could have run inside the house, but that would have brought me closer to where the stranger had been standing. Those next 15 minutes as I sat there waiting for the bus to arrive were the most terrifying moments in my life, at the time at least. From any direction and at any point, that figure could appear from the mist. When the bus came and the door opened, I ran so frantically up the steps I tripped. The embarrassment of that only hit me when I was safe in a bus seat and the vehicle was driving away from my home. I couldn't even bring myself to look out the window. After school that day, I came home to a very angry mother. When I asked what was wrong with her, I already knew the answer. Another missing chicken, the one I'd seen get taken. She was busy trying to find where it could have escaped from when I hesitantly tugged on her shirt. Then I explained exactly what I saw this morning. Of course, she was suspicious of such a weird story. After all, a struggling chicken would usually lose a few feathers. When I mentioned the figure peeling off the top of the enclosure, her eyebrow shot up. Apparently, she hadn't yet inspected the top mesh. I watched her pull the wire mesh up effortlessly, meaning something had in fact broken into it, or out of it. She cursed under her breath. I thought she would have believed my story a bit more, but she didn't bring it up after that. Mom simply seemed focused on fixing the pen. I think this only cemented her thought that there was some way the chickens were getting out of the coop. Now she had reason to believe they were just jumping or flying out through the top. Luckily, Dad was much more open to my story. In fact, he believed me from the start. Maybe that's no surprise, seeing how territorially he reacted to the mere idea of squirrels walking around our attic. A week after that, Dad had purchased a new rifle and a new pistol, with some ammunition. He then replaced the doorknobs and locks to the entryways of the house. It made me feel safer knowing my dad was looking out for us. But when you're expecting one thing, and it happens to be something else entirely, you're never prepared enough. This next part brings me to the period of living in the house when I began to think the place was haunted. It started with the sounds in the attic, but about a year later, those sounds started to move further than the attic. As I've always had difficulty sleeping and staying asleep, I was of course the first in the house to hear the sounds move from the attic to the kitchen for the first time. This progression was natural, I guess, since the entryway to the attic was in the kitchen. And if it really was a raccoon or possum, the kitchen would be pretty tempting to them. With the mysterious steps finally resounding from the same floor as us, they were more clear too. I soon realized what was making the sounds was heavier than I first assumed. What had at first sounded like light pitter-patter in the attic now sounded like human-sized steps walking through the kitchen and into the hallway. The first couple of times I heard it, I listened intently. They would go from attic to kitchen to hallway, then back a few times before going back into the attic and stopping for the night. After experiencing this 2 more times, I was sure that the house was haunted. I told my parents and asked them if they had heard any noises at night too. Mom reminded me it was an old house, and old houses creak when the temperature and pressure change. While that made sense, it just didn't make sense to me that old house noises sounded exactly like a heavy person walking around the home. Once again, Dad's will to protect the home brought him to my side. For the next month after that, Dad stayed up in the living room with his rifle in hand and listened. To my annoyance, though, the noises did not pick up again until after my dad gave up, having not heard or seen anything himself. Was I going crazy? Had I been dreaming all this time? I wondered. One night, wanting to see this ghost, to at least prove it to myself, I stayed awake and kept my bedroom door wide open. The door faced the hallway and had a slim view of the kitchen through the end of the hall. That night, I waited and waited and waited. It took a few hours before finally the attic noises started up. At first, I wanted to rush out of bed and wake my parents to have them listen, but something told me the noises would stop if I got up. This spirit was seemingly aware if we were watching. I thought to myself that's probably why Dad hadn't seen or heard anything for a month straight. It knew he was in the living room. I could hear the attic door creak slowly open, then shut. After a few moments of silence, the heavy steps began. Before long, I saw a tall silhouette pass through the kitchen archway and into the living room. Excitedly, I covered my face. I knew it. I remember thinking with a smile, this house is haunted. I don't know why I wasn't scared after seeing that. Guess I was more fascinated by the supernatural than scared. So I lay there listening to the footsteps. As usual, they came down the hallway right past my open door, then back up into the kitchen, before it went silent. Whatever it was, it had completed its routine already, and was done for the night. With a smile, I yanked the blanket off my face, thinking about the story I'd have to share with my friends at school on Monday. I froze. I'd never felt so absolutely, devastatingly sick to my stomach before. My chest felt as if it was caving in on itself. There next to my bed stood a tall silhouette, so tall its head touched the ceiling. I saw its midsection first, before glancing up at its face. What I remember are white, pupilless eyes, pointed ears, and scruffy fur around its neck and elongated snout. Extremely long arms held up, as if the thing didn't know what to do with them. Attached to those arms were hands with pointed fingers. I could clearly see its chest expanding and contracting as it breathed. A torso thin and bony. I can even remember feeling a warm, wet glob of drool hit my hand from the thing's mouth as it stood over me. That's how close to my bed it had gotten. Had it only stopped because I suddenly moved? And how could it have possibly walked into my room without making the slightest noise, compared to how noisy it had been walking around the house? As any normal kid would, I screamed so hard, my lungs were likely on the verge of collapsing. In the same second, movement came from my parents' room as my dad came rushing to check on me. The creature's ear turned like a radar dish in the direction of the hallway. Then it took 2 large steps before launching itself through the closed window of my room, shattering the glass. I caught a glimpse of its legs then, so long and thin and weirdly curved, with knees that seemed to bend the wrong way. Dad was standing in the mess of the shattered window in moments, asking what in the world happened. I sat silently, horrified, and in utter disbelief of what I'd just seen. I never heard sounds in the attic again. It was soon apparent that thing had been living in our attic. It had been very cautious and patient with stealing our chickens, not taking too much, not leaving the attic until Mom's chicken pen was too difficult to break into, not walking around looking for scraps of food unless it knew everyone was in bed. That thing had been all skin and bones. So if it had been so afraid of us for so long, what made it come into my room? I dread understanding why, but it's quite obvious to me. Predators are nearly completely silent when stalking prey. When desperate, they'll target animals they may not have targeted before, but they'll still go for the safer, smaller target. It saw my bedroom door open and walked right in. In the Dark of Winter, from Will-O-Wisp. My sister and I live very interesting lives. Throughout our years, we have always experienced the paranormal. Both good and bad, and a mix of whoever or whatever decides to come and say hello. Recently, something else decided to come along. To most people, it's just an Algonquin myth, a scary story and nothing more. I cannot stress how wrong they are. These experiences are scattered, a mix of mine and my sister Bethany's, and still occurring. For me, they began in late summer 2020. We live in rural northern East Coast America, real close to the Canadian border. We have animals, Sarge, an Australian Shepherd Black Lab, and Wicket, my black and white barn cat. Wicket loves to sometimes sneak out at night, which is worrisome, as our backyard is nothing but woods. Sometimes he succeeds, and when he's ready to come back in, he'll paw at the glass of our patio door connected to the living room, creating a rubbing sound. Encounter 1. Late one summer night, I was settled on our couch playing Left 4 Dead or watching YouTube. I was the only one awake. Nothing else was going on but me trying to avoid the zombies on my TV. I was interrupted when I heard Wicket pawing at the glass behind me. Annoyed, I paused my game and checked the time. 11 p.m. I scowled at my furry friend as I proceeded to get up and turn towards the curtain-drawn patio threshold. I stopped. Wicket was scurrying away from it in a panic, and the pawing continued. I stared in bewilderment, and the more carefully I listened, I realized I could hear a light thump against the glass before a limb was dragged down it. It was making that bare skin against glass rubbing noise, but slightly louder and slowly. It went on for some time, even when I hunkered down into the blankets in an attempt to instinctively hide. Eventually, I heard it stop and something shuffle away from the entrance. Encounter 2. Sarge also has a way to let us know when he's ready to come inside. A single chirp-like bark. Beth and my mother sometimes drive into work together for an extremely early morning shift. So early it's still blackout. This experience was during one of those mornings. As they get ready to leave for these shifts, they let Sarge out to do his business, and he signals when he's done. I didn't have a reason to get up since he was with them, so I thought I'd lay in bed listening to their shenanigans in the dark. When, very suddenly, I heard that single bark coming from the backyard, and soon Beth was out on the porch. Seconds later, she's calling for him, since she couldn't see him anywhere. I heard our dog climbing to his feet from the second floor of our home and clambering down the stairs to meet her at the front door. I froze. I had heard him outside, though. I heard Beth say something in shock, but I was unsure what. I looked outside into the woods, however, I didn't hear it again. I guess Mom didn't hear it, though. She must have been on the other side of the house. No one heard it again, before or after they left. Encounter 3. This experience is the one I don't like to talk about or even think of. 3 or 4 months have passed with no further occurrence since summer. I thought whatever it was had left, so I didn't think anything else of it. We're now in December 2020. Beth had gone to visit her boyfriend who lives an hour away. I loved going out for late evening walks with my headphones on. I went out for a quick stroll, enjoying the darkening scenery and alone time. I passed this small graveyard I live down the road by, which has some woods, a small field behind it, and more woods behind that. Nothing happened during the time out there. However, when I decided to turn around, I got an odd feeling in my chest. I don't really think much of it since I was heading back anyway. I'm about to pass by the cemetery again, and decided to turn down my music all the way and take my headphones off to adjust them. As I did, I slowed down when I picked up on a faint smell. There had been absolutely no smell before. Not too strong, but enough to startle me. It was the unpleasant scent of nasty, rotten meat. I was wondering what smelled like that. I picked up my pace and was about to put my headphones back in, when... Kayla... My veins went cold. I fully faced that dark wooded field. Bethany wasn't home, my sister wasn't home, yet I heard her shouting my name loud and clear. At first, there was nothing. I saw nothing, but something was seeing me. In my hurried pace home, I wanted to run, but intuition was screaming at me not to. I listened, although I kept my stride a bit faster than before. The whole time I felt I wasn't alone, and the more these experiences keep happening, the more apparent we're not. I get inside, lock the door, and hunker down thinking of what I just heard. It sounded like my sister, just like her. However, I realized when I heard her voice I remembered also hearing this odd feedback behind it. A very strange and distorted, warbling, freakish feedback. I haven't been out after dark since. Bethany's experience. On another extremely early morning shift to work during a crappy snowstorm, Bethany might have seen it. She was driving down a mucky strip of road with 2 more bigger fields on either side, and the forests far back behind them. Through the falling snow, her headlights partially illuminated something by the lane opposite of her. Something humanoid and tall, very thin, and what she told me possibly holding itself. The silhouetted top half of its body was bunched, like it was trying to shield itself from the cold. It caught her off guard. Her driving slowed for a moment when she passed by, thinking what it could have been. But her own instincts urgently told her to not look and to keep going, especially knowing there was nothing in those fields that close to the road. She sped away, leaving whatever it was behind. It was confirmed she really did see something. On her way back, it was gone. Encounter 4. January 2021. I came home from one of my shifts all excited one evening, since a couple of my old friends were in the area and had decided to visit. We don't see each other a whole lot anymore. I swung the car door open and hopped out, just for my excitement to be washed away. I was immediately hit in the face with a god-awful smell of rot. It was so bad, it stopped me in my tracks while a feeling of absolute dread washed over me. And then my intuition told me, it's by the shed. I didn't look. I could feel it was there. I was just about ready to leap into the car again for some sort of safety barrier. However, Bethany ripped the curtains open, unaware what was going on, and hollered happily for me to get inside. I didn't hesitate. I bolted, soon to be met with everyone. Seeing my friends had me scramble to hide my distress to keep them from worrying. Quickly, I was able to forget the occurrence for the time being. We caught up with life and had a good time. After our catch-up, they had to leave, and I had to move our vehicle out of the way. Once outside again, I noticed that the death stench had completely vanished. No trace at all. There were only the smells of pine trees and snowy dirt. The next morning, I noticed over on my neighbor's shed nearby, the snow was disturbed, and the branches were flattened down on the roof. It looked as if there was something crouched there, hidden between two trees framing the back end, checking us out, very close. I can keep going, but it's just feeling extreme dread or smelling and hearing it more than anything now. Scratching or knocking at the windows. Once in a while it barks at us in my dog's voice and that creepy feedback it gives off. I know what coyotes and wolves sound like, and they aren't the answer here. One time it barked at all three of us, Bethany, Sarge, and I, which had Sarge whirl around and bolt into the house from hearing himself in the trees. This is something he's never done. Bethany may have seen it a second time, a bony figure crouched in itself not far from our home. I might have too. A shoulder, upper arm, and a bald head quickly ducked behind the shed one night when I turned the patio light on. Tall in height, horribly thin, and pale, but fast, so darn fast. We've heard it scream a couple of times as well. Pained, frustrated screams unlike anything we've ever heard. I looked up everything we have around here. Bobcat, cougar, fox, deer, wolf, you name it. But no similarities. None. Once it made a noise I have a very hard time describing, but fully know it scared the holy heck out of me. The sounds this thing makes, I can't forget them. I want to try and record them in the future, but I'm too darn nervous, and they're always so sudden. We finally caught a break though. There's people renting a cabin next to us, and there's also ice fishers and skidoos around. So it's been really quiet, for now. We cope by joking around, calling it our neighbor and such. Aside from that, this is scary. I'm hoping the bears wake up soon. Maybe they can scare it away. I've learned for some reason it's scared of the big furry animals. I'm worried what will happen when everyone leaves until they come out of hibernation. It acts up whenever the two of us are alone. With the thought always in mind, I'm going to look into crystal gridding my property and home, along with other protection methods. I know how close it's gotten, and we're lucky, very lucky, it's done nothing more than what it's been doing so far. Often I wonder what happened, who the poor soul is that became this thing. But that is all I'll be left with, thinking of what its situation may have been. I've always known they're real, elusive as heck, but a true creature. When you hear the stories, when you hear the encounters, you think, God, I hope I don't have to go through that. Or, yeah, okay, how can something like that happen? But when it does happen to you, it changes you and your view of everything. There's so much more in the world than just animals and humans. Believe me, I know. Be careful. Stalked by Bigfoot. From Anonymous. I was going for a drive with one of my friends a few months ago. We'd just been to the beach and we were heading to her house. We decided to take the scenic route because it was a nice quiet day and we both loved going for car drives. We ended up driving along a road surrounded by dense forest. If you were to walk straight from the road through the forest, you would only see thick pine trees for miles. I'd never seen this road before, and neither had my friend. We were a bit agitated now because it became silent all of a sudden. We had the windows down, and only a few seconds ago, we could hear birds chirping and all the other sounds of nature. But suddenly it had all stopped. All we could hear now was the car's engine. We kept driving for a while. It seemed like this road went on forever. At one point, my friend pulled over to the side of the road because she saw something she wanted to check out. I was against this because I was freaked out already, but I ended up following her out of the car and towards a tree along the side of the road. It had been completely pulled out of the ground. When I bent down closer to look at it, I saw lots of thick, dark hair covering it. This didn't make me feel any better. My friend decided to collect some of the hair and take them home. I tried to protest, but there was nothing I could do to change her mind. We then got back in the car and began to drive along the road again. We were only driving for a bit before I noticed something in the rearview mirror. I pointed it out to my friend, and she slammed on the brakes. She stared in the mirror. "What the heck is that?" she asked, but not in a nervous way, but more in a way that she wanted to go back and look at it. Even though this creature was very far behind us, it was huge. It was at least 8 feet tall, covered in thick black hair, and it had piercing black eyes. We both sat there silently, watching this thing as it stared back at us. Then it suddenly started coming towards us. I screamed at my friend to drive, and she did. We sped away and had no intention of staying on that creepy road. We finally made it off that road and parked the car so we could talk about what just happened. After a while of talking and processing what happened, I looked behind us at the road, and I saw it again, just standing there and staring. We then went home, very quickly I might add. We didn't see that thing again that day, thankfully, and I haven't seen it since. I don't want to see it again. It's not my brother. From Michael C. It was a cold and snowy night in the outskirts of the small town of Taos, New Mexico. I was lying in my bed with my dog, getting ready to go to sleep. It was around 12 a.m. when I finally turned off the TV, laying my cell phone down. Now, my room was originally a garage my dad and I had converted into my bedroom, which is separated from the rest of the house. I could very well feel the wind in the garage coming in from the outside, so I bundled up under my blankets and fell asleep. Sometime later, I woke up to the sound of someone at my door trying to open it. I reminded myself that I did indeed lock the deadbolt, but still, I began to look for my phone so I could turn the light on before getting up out of bed. I quickly found my phone, but before I could turn it on or get up, I hear the door open. I should add that the way the bed was situated, I was facing away from the door. So when the door opened, I could not see who was there. Not until they spoke. I lay there, thinking that I must have dreamt the door opening, because I didn't hear anyone come in. But then, from the foot of my bed, I hear it.
Hey, brother, your door was locked. That's okay. I'm in now.
It was the voice of my little brother, who at the time of this event was 13. I was 27. I don't move an inch, trying to think how he got in my room without the keys. Why was he even awake at this time? I reminded myself if someone was there, my dog Lotus would wag his tail as he always does. A few seconds pass, and I feel the wag of Lotus's tail start.
Look at me, brother.
The voice says. I still don't move or say anything. I'm doing my best to act like I'm asleep. All I can really do is lie there, wondering what this thing is, standing at my feet, pretending to be my little brother. It goes quiet again. No, I must have been dreaming, must have had a nightmare, I tell myself. I feel a slump in my bed on both sides of my feet. I reach down to the ground and grab my shotgun. But then I'm reminded, I can't do that. What if it is my brother? But why is he in here right now? The thoughts race through my mind.
I know you're not sleeping, brother. Why won't you look at me?
The voice comes again, sounding a bit deeper than my brother this time.
Fine, be that way.
The voice says, as it heads over to the door, opening it once more, but without closing it all the way. I feel Lotus slowly stop wagging his tail and sit up. I'm too terrified to move. Finally, after what felt like an hour of just lying there, I find my remote, turn on the TV, and I wait to see if I hear anything else other than the TV. I sat up in bed trying to justify it as sleep paralysis, because I have had that before. I stand up and do a sweep of my door, and nothing seems off, except that the door is still open. I walk over to it and open it. It's still snowing outside, but not that hard. But then I see it. There are wet footprints leading up to my bed, but not leaving, and the fresher snow outside my door is undisturbed. I shut the door, lock the deadbolt, and stay up for the rest of the night, TV on and gun in hand. The normal flat tire, from 18 Wheels Hummin'. I used to drive coast to coast in an old Peterbilt. At the time of this experience, it was probably midnight. I was driving through Iowa, and my destination was somewhere near a town called Clinton in Iowa. I think I was going about 75 miles per hour on a 2-lane road, when suddenly I felt my back tire blow out. As with any flat I'd had, I pulled over. I immediately took notice of my surroundings. I was at the side of the road, near a very wooded place, and it was quite dark. The only lights I could see were mine and the occasional car that passed by. I walked over to my tire with the new one, only to see that the tire wasn't just flat, it had been sliced open as I was driving. That's weird. I decided to look around for the culprit, the thing that had cut my tire. I must have walked a few feet away from the trailer, closer toward the woods, when I heard my truck shift into gear without me. I went running full speed towards my truck. I noticed a figure in the cab. I threw open the passenger side door, only to see that no one was there. I jumped into the passenger seat and put the thing back into park, wondering what the heck just happened. I decided I needed to get some rest, because I felt like I was going crazy. I locked up the cabin and fell asleep for about an hour, before I suddenly heard another tire on my rig blow out. Heart pounding in my chest, I grabbed my grandpa's old rifle, then jumped out of the cab. The moment I landed on the ground and looked toward the back of the truck, I saw a figure running away into the woods. Something or someone was trying to sabotage my truck, but for what purpose? At that point, I was scared to death. I got back in the semi and drove off, which wasn't very safe considering the tires. But at the first gas station I saw, I got out and changed the tires myself. Then I fell asleep for a while. About a month later, I quit driving a semi, and even still that incident creeps me out. So now, I just enjoy watching the trucks drive past my house. Was it the Michigan Dog Man? From Sarah H. I ride horses at a barn in Michigan, along with some of my really good friends. The following story is an encounter my friend Jay had. One late evening at the barn, Jay finished up riding and taking care of his horse, so he began to set off for the night. Now, our barn rests on an extensive string of dirt roads surrounded by mostly forest. It's quite desolate, and there's an eerie feeling to it after it gets dark. So Jay leaves the barn and turns his beloved Jeep onto the first small dirt road leading away from the barn. As his headlights meet the road, they illuminate what appears to be a large dog right in the middle of the road. Jay figured the dog belonged to a farmer in the area and decided to not approach the animal, but to rather flick it with his high beams in hopes that it would get the hint, then move along off the road. But the dog-like creature turns its head in Jay's direction. Jay notices it's hunched over an unidentifiable animal on the road, eating it. The canine-like creature proceeds to get up and begins to run into the woods, like a man on his hind legs. Jay, in shock, speeds the heck out of there. It's a short story, and I wish I could give more information. But for me, knowing there is a bipedal dog creature roaming right near where our horses sleep, it's enough to give me the creeps at night. After hearing this story, and seeing the absolute truth in his face when he tells it, I'm afraid to be at the barn alone after dark. I hope to never meet the Michigan Dog Man myself. Satanic Cop and Something in the Window. From Heartfelt 87. I'm a 33-year-old woman and an eclectic pagan, yet the story I'm about to share with you still makes me raise an eyebrow. I've seen my fair share of paranormal happenings. This story takes place in 2005 when I was only 18 years old in central Indiana, about an hour north of Indianapolis. It's a whole lot of corn and soybean fields. Anyway, this involves me and 4 other people, 1 other young woman and 3 fellas. It was a boring summer weekday evening, and we were in the apartment just babbling about nothing when we got on the subject of local haunted places. One place we discussed was the Satanic Church, which is out in the middle of nowhere, and as we later realized, 1 county over. The story goes that supposedly in the late 1800s or early 1900s, a cult took over the church and killed the parishioners one day. No clue if that's actually true or not, but that's the story we heard. The church is small, about that old, and it's one of those that actually has a cemetery on the property, just to add to the creepy factor. Well, the lot of us being 18 to 20 years old and bored out of our minds, we decided to go on a little road trip out to the church. We all piled into our lady friend's little Chevy Beretta, and we headed out. Mind you, she's the only one that actually knows where we're going. So the other girl is driving. 1 guy is in the front passenger seat. I'm in the back behind the driver, and the other 2 guys are in the back with me. We drive for about half an hour in the country and then down a gravel road before we make it to the church, which is on a gravel road across from a cornfield with the church on the driver's side of the car. By then, it's well after midnight. We were apparently the only car on the road since we left town, and the road we were on was so narrow, only 1 vehicle could drive down it at any given time. Now, we've all seen our fair share of horror movies to know better than to actually get out of the car, so we sit there with the windows rolled down, staring at this church. In one window at the bottom left, nearest the graveyard, is a faint translucent bluish-gray figure. It appeared like some smoke decided to try to become corporeal. It was in the shape of a person. It was for the most part androgynous. I squinted really hard. Then I said, "Do you guys all see that thing in the window there?" Everyone saw it, all 5 of us. As we stared, transfixed on the church, I started to see shadows moving in the graveyard. I know at least the other girl with us saw it too. The next thing we knew, we were all blinded by glaring lights. There was a truck with floodlights that had pulled up in front of us. We all gahed and acked in the sudden light. Then, out of the truck, steps a man in a county sheriff's uniform. Not the county we're from, but the next one over. I didn't realize we were that far out. He comes up to the car and starts asking the usual questions, all the while shining a flashlight in each of our faces, like he couldn't already see us well enough with the lights on his big ol' yee-yee truck. Now, it's important that I reiterate that we're on a narrow, 1-lane gravel road, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, with absolutely no other traffic from anywhere. And when the guy in the sheriff's uniform came up to the car, he went over to the passenger window for some reason. By doing this, he made the driver have to reach over the passenger to hand him her information. He was a young guy, I'd say early 20s. If you've ever been pulled over, then you know that it is not the proper way to do that. I understand that sometimes the officer will go to the passenger side on a busy road for safety reasons. But again, it was a gravel road in the middle of nowhere, Indiana. The man asks us all to get out of the car to perform a vehicle search. We comply, getting out and handing him our IDs. He uses his cell phone to call it in, but he had a radio on his shoulder. I assumed it would be protocol to use the radio. I was sure of it. As we're all just standing there, I look back at the church. That thing, that figure, it's still in the window, and I swear it appeared to be laughing at us. The man lazily searched the car, giving us back our IDs and telling us to just go home. It wasn't until we made it back to the apartment that I realized it. I started to point out everything that the sheriff did wrong. Going to the wrong side of the car, using his cell phone, using a truck that wasn't at all an official police vehicle. It was just a big truck with bright, annoying floodlights attached. I still talk to the other woman that was with us that night, and I brought up this story to her a few months back. She said she thought that she read somewhere that a guy from that county got arrested for parading around in a family member's sheriff's uniform. But I don't remember hearing about anything of the sort. We concluded that the church was definitely haunted, and that guy definitely was not a sheriff. I wish any of us had a phone with video capabilities at the time, so we could have gotten a badge number and a name. But in 2005, that was a commodity. Just remember, kids, if you're ever pulled over or stopped by police of any kind, it is well within your rights to record everything they do, even if they tell you not to. After all, you never know when it might be an imposter. It wasn't an iguana. From Anonymous. When I was 13, I went to visit my family in Mexico. I was having a great time getting to know about the traditions, about the legends they have in the town, and even the scary stories they had, which intrigued me the most. One day I was out in the town with my uncle. A friend of his approached us. He invited my uncle to go night fishing with him, but my uncle said no, as he had to work that night, but he said he might go next time. That night, I was waiting for my uncle at my grandma's house. We planned on going to eat some tacos. He would be getting off around 11 at night. so by the time we went to eat and come back, it was 1 in the morning. A few minutes after we got back, someone knocked at the door. My grandma went to open it. There stood my uncle's friend, standing outside with a pale face and a look of terror. We brought him inside to calm him down. My uncle asked what was going on with him, and why he looked so pale, like he had just seen the dead. The man, in a panic, began to explain that he had gone fishing by himself out at the lake in the wilderness. But the entire night, he wasn't having any luck, so he decided to pack and head back home. He got on his bike and was following the trail that goes around the lake, and while he was looking over at the lake, he started to see a ripple on the water. He saw something preparing to come out of the lake. At first, he thought it was an iguana, but as he got closer to that side of the lake, he noticed it was bigger than that. It came out of the water on all fours, and my uncle's friend noticed that it had scales all over its body. They were very shiny, reflecting the light of the full moon. He noticed then that it had a pointed tail, like a lizard, but much shorter. And while he was getting closer to that side of the lake, the creature heard him and turned around. And then it stood up on 2 legs. He said the creature looked like it was 6 feet tall. It had these big yellow eyes and was just staring at him, following his every movement with that stare. While he passed it by, he decided to go a little faster on the bike he was on, so he could get out of there more quickly. After that story, my grandma told us that ever since she was a little girl, she had heard tales about a fisherman that made a deal with the devil, but didn't keep his side of the deal. So he was dragged into the water by the devil himself and was transformed into the creature my uncle's friend saw. They call him El Chavarin. Supposedly, he is responsible for many of the drownings at the lake and all the rivers connected to it. What did I see? From KFOT 93. I'm a long-haul truck driver, so I'm no stranger to the States. I've seen things that I can't explain, but this is by far the weirdest thing to ever happen to me. I was driving through Arizona, heading westbound on I-40. I'd finally hit Flagstaff and got to a truck stop so I could handle my business. As I departed Flagstaff, I ran by mile marker 185. It's about 10 miles from Flagstaff, Arizona. As I passed mile marker 185, there was what seemed to be a person hitchhiking. The only problem was this guy was huge, like 8 feet tall, looking straight into the passenger window of my semi-truck. On top of that, he seemed to be as wide as the truck from shoulder to shoulder. I passed this hitchhiker. About half a mile down the road, I saw the exact same person or thing. Once again, I passed him. But once again, it kept happening, even 20 miles down the road to mile marker 165. I saw him every few miles. After I passed marker 165, I didn't see him anymore. So I thought that was done with. It was over. But I was dead wrong. I got down to mile marker 145, and I had to take a leak, so I pulled over on the side of the road to handle my business. I was about halfway done when I heard an ear-piercing scream, mixed between what sounded like a deer and a human. As soon as I heard it, I jumped and began to look around. Just outside the halo of my headlights, I spotted it. I was never more confused and scared in my life. I tried to figure out what it was when I heard something flying through the air. Suddenly, I heard a thump, thump. Sitting 3 feet away from me was a huge rock the size of a basketball. It must have been 80 pounds. That thing had thrown it at me, and it landed only 3 feet away. I wasted no time trying to hop back in the truck, getting away from whatever that thing was. As I passed it, it just stared me down, and I never saw it again. Can someone tell me what I saw? Creature at Kent's Lake, Utah. From Gallows Calibrator. This happened at Fish Lake National Forest in Utah. There are 3 Kent's Lakes: Upper Kent's Lake, and Lower Kent's Lake. This happened in the middle one. I am no stranger to the paranormal and unknown. I've seen many unexplained occurrences, and I'm pretty sure my house is haunted. But this is a different story. I was camping at the lake with my father and younger sister. It was less than a month ago as of writing this, so the events are still fresh in my mind. Now, we often do go camping, but usually we camp closer to home in Southern California. This campsite was a bit more secluded than we were used to. We often camped with our neighbors as well, whom I get along with. But they were not with us on this trip. After an 8-hour drive to the campsite, my sister and I were starting to argue a lot. The lake was beautiful. We saw a lot of chipmunks, squirrels, and fish, as well as some elk and deer and cows. We even spotted 2 golden eagles. The beauty of the nature there that surrounded us lulled me into a false sense of security. After a particularly nasty fight with my sister, I went off exploring in an attempt to calm myself down. I've struggled with anger issues in the past, something I'm working with my therapist to get better at. I crossed the lake angrily, unaware of my surroundings. I got to the floodgate on the other side of the lake, and I was about to head into the forest when suddenly everything felt wrong. I felt as if someone was there with me, and they didn't want me around. There were no animals or bugs in sight, which was very strange. I contemplated turning back, or at least going back to camp to get a radio, so I could call for help if I needed to. But then I remembered how mad I was at my sister, and as the fury grew again in my mind, the doubt practically disappeared. It seems my anger blinds me from any sense of dread or self-preservation. Still, as I trudged into the thickly wooded forest, I felt myself constantly checking for my throwing knives on my belt, as if somehow they'd disappeared. Eventually, as I kept walking and the feeling got worse, I pulled out one of the knives from its place on my hip. As I gripped the hilt, I wondered how much damage such a small knife could really do. I continued going through, not letting the fear stop me. As I walked through the forest, it was dead silent. Not in the way that a silence fell over the forest, but that I was the only one making a sound since I left the shore of the lake. This, too, was concerning, but I brushed it off, saying my loud footsteps probably scared all the animals away. I came across a gross smell. I stopped in my tracks and I looked around. I could see nothing, not until I glanced down. A few inches away from my left foot was a dead squirrel. Gross, but still not out of the ordinary. I had to wonder, though, why there were no flies swarming around the dead body. I carefully stepped around it, feeling kind of sad but continuing on. About 10 minutes later, I decided to take a break. I had asthma, and it was getting hard for me to breathe. As I sat still, now completely silent, the woods were too. It was as if someone had just stopped time. I began to feel nauseous, and I thought heading back might be a good idea. I looked over at the seemingly empty forest ahead of me. I noticed a hawk feather. I thought this was really interesting, so I walked over to pick it up. And then I noticed another, and another. There were a lot of these feathers, and then there was the corpse of a hawk. Now I was starting to get really freaked out. I grabbed my knife again, and I booked it out of there. I was almost running, but not quite, because I was in a thickly forested hill. I was almost to the shoreline. I could see it, but then I heard something. The snapping of a branch. The first other sound I'd heard since entering those trees. I froze, then built up courage to turn around slowly. It may have been a deer or elk, but there, sitting on the forest floor, was this thing. I've no idea what it was, but it was dark like a shadow. Its limbs were almost undefined, but they were long and thin. It crawled on 4 legs almost like a giant bug, but quadrupedal. It had white, almost glowing eyes. Those eyes were full of hatred. This thing was big, arms almost as long as my entire body. It seemed to have no facial features besides eyes, no nose or mouth. But it had hands with 5 fingers and filthy blood-stained claws. I ran as fast as I could. I ran out to the shore, too terrified to look back. My lungs were burning, but I didn't stop running until I got back to our campsite. Still, that thing followed me to the tree line, but I don't think it went any further. But it followed me long enough to grab my ankle, and as I yanked my foot back, my boots were splashed with blood, and I got a nasty scratch on my ankle to prove it. When I made it back, I didn't tell my dad or sister, in fear that they would not believe my story. Instead, I told them that I'd fallen, and that's how I'd gotten the injury. I have no idea what I saw, but I know it wanted me dead, just like that squirrel and that hawk. I've tried to research it, but I really have no idea where to start. All I know is that I'm never going back to Fish Lake National Forest ever again.
Not abandoned. From Seeing Things. Whatever term suits your fancy, I'm what you may call a wanderer or a drifter. I've been wandering the country since I graduated high school, jumping from place to place, finding work wherever I can get it. It's not what a person would call stable living, but I do what I can to get by. You can imagine having traveled so much that I have a lot of stories, right? Well, yeah, I do. I've seen and experienced so many things that no one can explain. Ghosts, ghouls, I've many stories of the unexplained. But for the sake of time, I will stick to telling this one for now. Living on the budget of a drifter isn't always comfortable, especially since hotels are so expensive these days, so most nights I have to find somewhere to camp. I enjoy the experience, especially on late spring nights when it's cool out, and you can stare off into the stars as you fall asleep. It was on such a night that this series of occurrences happened. I was in a small town in Colorado. It was about 7 to 7:30 p.m. when I noticed the sun was going down. As per routine, I walked into the woods looking for a place to camp. This evening I was pickier than usual with my selection of camping spot, which led to me walking for what felt like miles into the Colorado foliage, enjoying the scenery and wildlife, until I came to a strange sight. A gas station, I whispered to myself. After walking as long as I did, through trees and other plants I couldn't name, it was shocking to find an old rusted gas station in the middle of nowhere. The place was in shambles and looked like it would fall over at the mere sign of wind. The gas station looked like it was constructed in the 60s by the look of the design. Nevertheless, the place was rickety, and I didn't want to stay the night there due to fear of waking up and being crushed under it. However, Mother Nature wasn't having it, and before I knew it, rain began to fall. Left with such circumstances and night rapidly approaching, I took shelter inside the gas station. The sound of the rain smacking the metal roof echoed in my ears as I entered the building.
Entering from the front, there was a large countertop with shelves behind it. To my left, there was a door that went into the garage portion of the station. The whole place was empty, filled only with a strange smell and cracked black and white tiles for flooring. It wasn't the coziest of places, but it beat sleeping in the rain. The only other downside, besides it being a dump, was that there was a bent part of the garage door that opened a crack for possible slithering friends to enter, and the last thing I wanted was to be bitten by a snake in my sleep. So I decided to sleep to the right of the counter, in front of the main door, using my sleeping bag as a mattress. It was when I lay down that I got this strange feeling that I needed to leave right away, as if the building was on fire or there was something dangerous nearby. I ignored this and allowed the exhaustion from walking all day lull me to sleep. What a mistake that was. I awoke to the sound of growling outside the building. It took me a while, but as soon as I realized what it was I was hearing, I became fully alert. Having past encounters with wolves and even bears, I always kept a knife with me for protection. Knife in hand, I tried listening to the growls to identify their source. It didn't sound like a bear. No, this sounded bigger. The growls were some of the deepest I'd ever heard a creature make. What could it be? I asked myself. But before I could think of anything, the growling stopped, and a deep, distorted voice repeated just outside.
What could it be?
It was as if it was trying to imitate me. Quickly, I rushed to roll up my sleeping bag, placing it inside my backpack. As I continued packing my other things, the sound of the metal garage door being grasped to the point where I heard it bend, followed by the loud screeching of it being opened upwards, rang in my ears. I put on my backpack, running out of the front door through the rain and into the woods. While I ran, I swear I could hear the same deep, distorted voice laughing loudly in the distance. I'm not sure for how long I ran, but eventually I made it back to the small town where I went looking for the police. I found the local sheriff parked next to a diner in his patrol vehicle. I guess he could tell I was a bit shaken, so he brought me in for dinner, sitting me down in a booth, buying me a meal. Once I'd finished eating, and I had calmed down a bit, I told the sheriff what had happened. He laughed, looking out the window, taking a sip of his coffee. Then he spoke. "The old gas station, huh? Yeah, that place is not abandoned." Switching Seats in the Dark, from Christina. I'm not usually very good at telling about something that happened to me, but I'm gonna give it a try. There was an incident that happened about 8 or 9 years ago that still sends chills down my spine. I was a 23 or 24-year-old girl at the time. We lived about an hour out of town back then, and cell phone reception was sketchy at best. Most of the time, you couldn't get reception at all. I am a bit of a nervous person, so not having cell phone reception already made me nervous. I always hated having to drive home in the dark, in fear of breaking down in the middle of nowhere. Sadly, because we lived so far out of town, it was usually dark. My mom was the one that drove most of the time, because I only had a permit and only drove at night when I had to. That may seem weird for me to have had a permit at that age, but medical problems made it so I wasn't able to learn to drive before then. Before I could get my license, I got injured, and I still can't drive to this day. Anyway, on to the story. My mom and I were driving home late one night after a long day in town. We were about 30 minutes from home, so we'd already been out of reception for quite a while. My mom didn't get a lot of sleep the night before, but she was the one driving due to the fact that I only had a permit. She started to fall asleep in the driver's seat. Usually I could just talk to her to keep her awake. when my mom was so tired that talking no longer worked to keep her awake, she began to swerve off into the wrong lane. I yelled and she woke up, but I was still having a lot of trouble keeping her awake. I suggested that I should drive the rest of the way, and she agreed. We were both a bit nervous, being out of reception in the middle of nowhere and having to switch seats, because it meant we would have to get out of the car in the dark, and most of the area had thick trees. We knew we had no choice, and within a mile or two I saw a big open area that was far away from any trees. So I felt confident that if someone or something were to come out of the trees, we would have plenty of time to get away. We stopped there and got out of the car. For some reason, I felt unusually comfortable, and I didn't hurry like I usually would have when it was dark. I got into the driver's side and shut the door. Now, in this car, all doors had to be all the way shut, or none of the doors would lock. My mom took a quick look around, then got in her side. But as she shut her door, something began to pull on the door from the outside. I could not lock the doors because our door was not yet closed all the way. I couldn't figure out what to do, and suddenly she screamed at me to drive. It felt as if I couldn't get out of there fast enough. I must have been going 70 on a 50-mile-per-hour road for about 2 miles before I finally felt safe enough to stop in the middle of the road just long enough for my mom to shut the door. I also suddenly thought about the fact that my window had been down at the time, and it terrifies me to think what would have happened if it had come to my window. I think the scariest part of the whole thing is the closest trees or bushes of any kind for anyone to hide in were at least 300 feet away. I'm pretty sure there's no human or animal of any kind that can get to the car in what had to be less than a second, and whatever it was had to have had hands to be pulling the door open. To this day, I'm not sure what it was that wanted in our car, or what would have happened if it did get in. This scares me so much because I feel a human getting to the car fast would have been impossible, and it had to have had hands to pull the door open. I don't feel that whatever wanted in our car that night was human. I've never really been a believer in creatures like Bigfoot, or any other weird creatures people claim to see, but I do admit after this, I have to wonder, what else could be out there? And why did it want in our car? Abandoned Trailer from Abby R. In the summer of 2018, my brother, my then boyfriend, and I were riding our dirt bikes. I decided to show my then boyfriend the abandoned trailer that we had found on our property. Before I continue, I need to give some information about this place. My family lives on 500 plus mountainous acres in California, right on the Nevada border. We have a 5-mile long dirt road that leads to our place. About 3.5 miles up the dirt road, there's an abandoned camping trailer that was left by the previous owners of the property. It's a very creepy place because there are, for some reason, women's shoes scattered all around the trailer. I'll call my boyfriend James for the sake of the story, and my brother Tim. Tim and I were telling James about how creepy all the women's shoes were. When we arrived at the trailer on our dirt bikes, all the shoes were gone. Even all the sheets off the bed and the old teapot was also gone. This was bizarre, because they had been there the last time we were there, and we were the only people around for several miles. Tim figured my uncle had decided to clean the place up. Some random abandoned trailer stinking up the land, I guess. After this, though, I was kind of creeped out and I wanted to leave, but the boys wanted to continue riding their dirt bikes, so that's what we did. After about an hour of riding, it was beginning to get dark. We figured it was time we head home, but Tim wanted to do one more quick lap on the land, but he ended up breaking the chain on his dirt bike. We had to call my dad to come pick us up. On the phone, he said he'd be on his way, and it would take about half an hour. Those 30 minutes felt like forever, and when we finally saw my dad's truck in the distance, instead of stopping to pick us up, he drove right past us. He didn't even glance at the three of us. That was weird. As my dad passed, that's when we saw a man in the back of his truck. He was wearing navy blue and had a long black beard, black hair, and his arms were covered in tattoos. I tried calling my dad on the phone, but he wouldn't answer. So then I called my mom and asked if she knew what was going on, but she didn't know. We knew we had to get home as quickly as possible. We managed to get the chain back on the broken bike as well as we could, which wasn't very well, but it allowed us to get home. By the time we made it back, my mom had heard from my dad, and now she was on the phone with the cops. I asked what was going on, and we eventually got the story. My dad had picked up a man from town who was hitchhiking, but my uncle had caught wind of who the man was. When my uncle saw my dad and the man in the back of his truck, he fired a warning shot, scaring the man, who then ran off into the woods. As my mother told me this story, I kept asking, why did my uncle fire a warning shot at all? Who was this man? Well, apparently, he was a wanted trafficker. And considering I was a small 14-year-old girl at the time, I was pretty terrified, knowing that he was on the loose in our woods. It's kind of creepy that my dad had helped a man and drove right past me as he watched me from the back of that truck, and none of us even knew what he was. The police never found him, and for all we know now, he's still out on our property. Not Alone in the Woods, from Wyatt 2002. My mom and dad moved us to a small town called Gleason. We lived about 6 miles away from the actual town in the middle of nowhere. Our house was surrounded by nothing but forest. When I say house, I mean house, barn, and shed. So my 3 brothers and I were pretty happy to be in a new place. The first thing we did was explore the new house and land. Everything seemed great for the first 2 months. One day we were playing in the weeds when we saw something. It looked like a bear, so we ran inside and stayed inside the rest of the night. We didn't feel like being bear chow. The next morning came and we go back out into the woods, feeling a bit braver. There was no signs of any bear as far as we knew, so we started playing hide and seek, and we didn't think about what we saw the previous day. After all, we didn't get a good look, so maybe it was just nothing. My 2 brothers and I were hiding from our other brother. After a while, he found us, and that was the end of the game, so we were heading back inside. Our plan was to play video games the rest of the day. But around 6:30 in the evening, we were playing hide and seek again. It was beginning to get dark out, which made the game more suspenseful. We were hiding in the woods because the brother that was it this time was afraid of the woods at night. Yeah, it may have been unfair, but we used it to our advantage. A little while later, when our brother did not find us yet, we were beginning to get worried. I felt bad for hiding out here, and I was afraid he may have gotten lost if he did come in the woods to look for us. But something did find us. As we were sitting there being quiet, we heard movement behind us. When we turned and looked, we saw something that scared the living daylights out of us. It was some dark black creature standing on 2 legs with eyes that reflected yellow in the dim moonlight. It appeared to be observing us. Despite being absolutely terrified, I couldn't move. My 2 brothers that were with me ran away, but they left me there, scared stiff. The creature began walking towards me. I was crying now, tears flooding down my face, but still I could not move. My body was fighting against my mind. Luckily for me, one of my brothers went to get my dad, who came back out with a rifle. When my dad hollered at me to get inside now, my limbs finally listened and began to move. I ran back to the house as I heard my dad fire a shot at this thing. I'll never forget what I heard after that. A bone-chilling, gnarly scream. My dad then ran inside, making sure all the kids were inside before he went in. He had us quickly lock all the doors with him, as well as the windows. He even armed us with the extra rifles, and we all slept in the same room together after watching through the windows for a while. The following day, my brothers and my dad and I go back outside, rifles at the ready. We don't find the creature, but what we do find is one of the larger trees in our yard knocked down. It wasn't like that the night before, and I think we all were thinking the same thing. That creature had done this. We lived in that house for 5 years, and then we moved a few miles away from the house. It wasn't far, but apparently it was far enough to not have to see that thing or anything like it again. Still, I never liked being that close to the house. Thankfully, another 3 years after that, we moved again. We moved about 45 minutes away to Mosinee, and we haven't seen anything weird again.
2 paranormal experiences in Nevada. From Philip S. Part 1. My sister's house. It was during spring break of 2014. I was 16 at the time and a junior in high school. I was visiting my sister and her family for the week. My sister's name is Megan. At the house was also her husband, Ben, my nephews Greg and Justin, who were 9 and 6, and my niece Chelsea, who was 7. Megan lives in Tonopah, which is 3 hours north of Las Vegas in Nevada. Tonopah is a very small town and basically in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by mountains. My sister's house is in a small suburb-like neighborhood, where each house is almost touching each other. The first couple of days went well without incident, but one night it was just me in the house. Megan and Ben went out on a date at the bar, and Greg, Justin, and Chelsea had gone off with their biological father for a while. I was extremely tired from jet lag still, and I needed some sleep. So I texted my sister to see if I could have one of their pistols under the pillow, just in case. She said it's fine, so I grabbed a Glock. I know it doesn't make sense as we're surrounded by neighbors, but I felt more protected. Plus, the neighbors weren't home either. So I put the gun under my pillow. They didn't have an extra room, so I slept on the couch. I had my back facing the living room and my face against the cushion. There's still a little bit of light outside by then, but I was exhausted, so I didn't care. My sister had a few reptiles, so she had their lamps on at night. So after nightfall, there would still be light in the living room. At a certain point, I woke up to a chill. I began to smell something strong. It wasn't putrid like rotting meat, but more like cologne. I turned and saw something that made my eyes widen. It was a tall, humanoid black figure, leaning down a few feet away, just staring at me. It had no eyes, mouth, or nose, no facial features, not even hair. It looked like someone in a black morph suit. The lamp's light did not reflect off of it. I grabbed the pistol and pointed it in the direction of the figure, but by the time I did, it was gone. My heart was pounding, like I was on the tail end of an anxiety attack. It took me some time to go back to sleep. I didn't see that figure anymore that week, but I did see these white orbs, shadows at the corner of my eye, and I could still smell that weird scent. On my last day, I heard Greg talking to someone in his room. I went over and asked him who he was talking to. "Mr. Black," he said. "Who's Mr. Black?" I asked. What he said made me question myself. "He's the tall, dark man. I don't know his name, so I gave him one."
I knew exactly who he was talking about. Thankfully, they moved to a new house a few years later. Screw that place, and screw Mr. Black. Part 2. The Mizpah Hotel. The Mizpah Hotel is located in Tonopah, Nevada. If you're a fan of ghost adventures, you'll know the place, as it was featured in a few episodes. I was working as a dishwasher in the restaurant portion of the hotel in the summer of 2017. I was having trouble at home, so I temporarily moved to my sister's new house until things cooled down. On one of the nights, it got busy. After closing, there was a ton of dishes. It was only me and the front desk attendant in the building. I went to the basement and received some towels. On my way up, I heard a ping. I turned around in shock and didn't move. Ping, ping, ping. It sounded exactly like a pickaxe hitting rocks. It stopped as quickly as it came. I got out of that basement and continued my job. Half an hour later, I went to the plate rack to drop off some plates when something caught my eye at the doorway that leads to the restaurant. It was a woman wearing a red dress. I was startled, dropping the plates I was carrying. They shattered all over the floor. I was shaking like I was in the South during the winter. She looked into my eyes. She had a face like she wanted to say something but couldn't or didn't know how. After a few moments, she disappeared like a mist. I cleaned up my mess and clocked out in a hurry because I was so scared I didn't want to stay any longer. Turns out she's one of the residential ghosts. They named her the Lady in Red. I lost that job because I didn't finish the dishes that night. I was bummed out because it was hard to find a job in a small town, but I understand. That hotel is a real freaky but interesting place. River from Guardian Tales. I grew up in a house just above a river in Washington State, which is where the following events occurred. I am the youngest of 4 children. When I was 12 years old, my oldest sibling was no longer living with us, and none of the other children had any experiences with paranormal things of any kind while living in the house. Our house was isolated from everyone. We were literally surrounded by heavily forested woods. I grew up in the quiet of this forest, always alert for bear and elk when out exploring, and falling asleep to the rushing sound of the river at night. I remember only feeling safe when I was out in these woods alone. My father was abusive to me and my siblings and my mother. He was especially cruel to our pets and would often injure them in front of us. I hated him. When I was 10 years old, he became ill and went to see the doctor, and that's where he learned he had acute lymphocytic leukemia and was given approximately 6 months to live. He lived for another 2 years, though, one day passing away at home. He was buried on the property where he passed. Cremated, his ashes were set into a huge rock, which set below our house in full view in the path of the river. A friend of the family came and drilled a hole into the rock and set the urn inside, then cemented the hole over, leaving it smooth with no inscription. There was no funeral, no memorial service of any kind held. His ashes remain there to this day. Shortly after my father's death, I was alone in the house in the early evening, sitting curled up on the couch, reading. We had a dog at the time named Pete. He was half black Labrador and half Irish setter. He was a rather large dog, weighing about 100 pounds, and he looked like an overgrown black Irish setter. Pete was sleeping on the floor at my feet, and across from and to the left a bit from us was the overstuffed chair which had been my father's favorite. I was quietly reading, and Pete was asleep, when I suddenly felt a presence in the room with us. I looked over at the empty chair, and I could see that the seat cushion had compressed several inches, as though someone was sitting there right now. The sense of not being alone continued, but I didn't feel afraid. I decided to ignore the phenomena and went back to my book. My lack of fear may have been because I could sense no animosity or danger in the presence. It was just there. I remember telling myself that it was just my imagination, and I probably would have believed that, except for Pete. Pete suddenly awoke from a sound slumber and looked over at the empty chair. I remained where I was, quietly watching to see what he would do. He watched that chair for a minute, and then began wagging his tail while lying down, thumping it on the floor. He got up, went over to the chair, and lay down again, curling himself as though to accommodate feet I couldn't see. He continued to look upward at the chair, while thumping his tail on the floor again. I don't know what he saw. I couldn't see what he did, but I did clearly see the long hair on his neck and shoulders get repeatedly smoothed down in a rhythmic motion, as though someone were petting him. Eventually, the presence went away. Pete went back to sleep, and I continued to read. First night at the cabin. From Anonymous. It was mid to late August 2016. We had just closed on the purchase of a 1.5-story log cabin bordering the Ouachita National Forest. This was a property with about 15 wooded acres, 2 ponds, and a wet weather creek. I'd fallen in love with the area on the drive to see the property. Driving along the winding mountain highways, I couldn't imagine anything more beautiful to look at than the tree-covered mountaintops. What I saw was a rolling sea of trees, a welcome distraction from the shoulderless edges that dropped off into dark, creepy, rocky woods below. The air felt different out here. It was lighter and easier to breathe. I was ready to begin unloading things as soon as we signed the papers to close and were handed the keys. After unloading some of my things, my 8-year-old son and I were back on the road to load up some more things, and then drive to pick up my father the next day to show him our new cabin. Once we arrived, it was already pretty late in the evening. Due to our long drive, we were all ready to call it a night. My father passed out in an oversized quilted hammock in the living room, and my son and I had a queen-sized air mattress in the master bedroom upstairs. We hadn't been in bed long before I heard what I presumed to be some unusual birds making a woot sound. There were 3 distinct vocalizations. I wondered what kind of bird these sounds were from, and why was it so loud at this late hour. Soon I heard little things hitting the glass, as if swarms of bugs were flying into the glass, possibly at the sliding glass door to the back deck. It continued, and it seemed excessive. I went to look to see what it was, and little twigs and pebbles were hitting the deck after bouncing off the glass. I heard something rather large coming from the tree line behind the cabin. I could also hear branches breaking, leaves rustling, and I kept hearing thuds, which sounded like large rocks were being tossed or pounded into the ground. It was so unexpected, but I thought there were many animals accustomed to the property being vacant. It could be a black bear, I thought. However, I then heard the knocking sounds. This was unmistakably the sound of a piece of wood being used to knock into a tree. At that point, all I could think of was Bigfoot. There was a very heavy downpour coming down around 11:30 p.m. There could have been lightning and thunder, but I didn't really notice. This rain was so heavy, I couldn't be certain if those things were still out there. The noises seemed to have stopped. I didn't even attempt to sleep because I was thinking so many things about what had just taken place. And to be quite honest, I had never actually believed in Bigfoot stories or those shows on TV. But did Bigfoot really knock on trees? That always seemed so far-fetched to me. And did Bigfoot make weird hoot and holler sounds? If not a Bigfoot, then what really was it? Finally, the rain stopped, and it still seemed peaceful outside. At least for a while. It wasn't long before the branches breaking and tree-splitting sounds began again. Another set of loud and aggressive knocking came again on the trees just in front of the cabin, below where we had been the whole night. This was soon followed by a big bam against the cabin wall below. This shook the entire structure and scared the heck out of me. I quickly woke up my son and took him to a room I felt safer to be in. I didn't trust those sliding glass doors, and I don't know why I'd think the flimsy office door was safer, just being out of sight. I turned on the deck light and the front and back porch lights. I opened the upstairs office window and yelled out, "Leave us alone! We're trying to sleep!" I checked all the windows, then opened one slightly to listen. And all was quiet now, except my son, who was complaining that I woke him up at 4:30 a.m. My dad then woke up, checking all the windows. He started to talk to my son. My dad was upset that I didn't wake him up yet. At daylight, he insisted we go out and walk around the cabin, looking for evidence of this wild experience. I didn't see all the broken branches or big rocks that I'd heard the night before, though I did notice later the tree in front of the porch was nearly split in two. That tree's trunk was easily 8 centimeters around. My father is the one who found footprints, which I never would have found myself. They were pressed into the mud through the fallen yellow and brown leaves, and there were 3 of them, 3 very large human-looking footprints. No claws, no nails. There was also an ape-like, juvenile-sized handprint. These prints were going up to the stone walkway leading to my covered, wraparound porch. My dad insisted that it must be a black bear, but has since become a believer, thinking it may have been Bigfoot. As I write this, I'm wondering if that first woot was an announcement of their presence or greeting. It is strange that they stopped harassing us once the lights came on. I also wonder if hearing my voice directed at them had made some kind of impression. There really should be classes on proper Bigfoot etiquette for moving into their neighborhood. From what I hear, they can be pretty bad neighbors, and if you cross them, they'll come for you. Gold Hill Chupacabra from C. Philly 100. This story is from my old roommate and a mutual friend of ours, M and T respectively. I grilled them both individually and had them retell the story. We used to live in a little log cabin up in Gold Hill, Colorado, the first actually profitable mining town in Colorado, and second home to rock star singer-songwriter Stephen Stills of Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. We didn't have any running water, but the compound itself is a true Colorado mountain gym, surrounded on all sides by national forest and BLM. We frequently saw bobcats, coyotes, mountain lions, and black bears wandering around the grounds with nary a care in the world. West of town by a couple of miles is a Forest Service road that takes you out to some pretty massive cliffs. One morning, my 2 friends, M and T, and their dog Duke Sr. were rock climbing out there. When it started getting dark, they decided to head back to the truck. They somehow got a little turned around and wound up on the wrong ridgeline. They turned around and, to their surprise, there was a black bear on the trail behind them. The bear sauntered off, so M and T retraced their route back up to the proper ridgeline. When they made it to the intersection of the 2 adjoining ridgelines, they saw what they thought was a mangy mountain lion in the failing light up ahead on the hillside. M rushed towards it with his flashlight and shotgun to get a better look. The supposed mountain lion jumped back behind some rocks, and when M got around the corner to get a better look at it, he saw this was no mountain lion at all, but some kind of creepy, cat-like, flesh-covered creature with skinny arms and legs and razor-sharp claws on its flesh-covered hands. The beast, being cornered, then did something truly strange. It closed one eye, and the remaining open eye started changing colors. It then lifted up its forearms, which had some sort of flesh-like wing flaps, almost like a flying squirrel, connecting from the arms to the body. Then it leapt up into a tree a good 15 to 20 feet away. M followed the thing with his flashlight as it began to jump from tree to tree, never taking its one eye off of him, until soon it was out of sight. During this encounter, Duke Sr. had run away, and when M&T got back to their truck, Duke Sr. was in the bed of the truck, and that thing was in there with him. M ran to the back of the truck, the creature jumping out and running off into the woods. Duke Sr., a dog that had fearlessly fought off mountain lions and coyotes without so much as a whimper, was now literally shaking with fear. When I asked him what he thought it was, the only thing he could muster was, I don't know, man, a chupacabra? The Wailing Resident, from Young Atlas. These hauntings happened to my family back in 2005. I was 15 when we lived in a house on top of a hill in Selangor, Malaysia. My dad was a director at one of the main city councils, and we were provided a large bungalow to stay during his tenure. We lived there temporarily while our own house was being renovated. This house was located on top of a hill overlooking the city, with a long stretch of road with 10 individual houses for other officers and some privately owned. At the back was the woods, and people rarely drove there as it was owned by the state police. Each house had 6 rooms and was very spacious. There were no gates between houses. There's a rule here: when a building is left unoccupied for some time, it will be inhabited by otherworldly residents. So some of the houses in that area had families in them, but half of them were always empty. And it seemed my family got one of the haunted ones. My parents' younger sister, the maid, and I lived in that house. I had neighbors living in the house on the left. However, the house on the right had been empty for years. Everyone except my sister experienced some weird happenings. The following was what each of us experienced. 1 month after moving in, things began to happen. At 3:30 a.m. one day, my parents were already up for morning prayer. While my dad was upstairs, my mom went down to the kitchen to make some coffee. The dry kitchen's entrance faced the bottom of the staircase. While she was making coffee with her back facing the entrance, she heard someone walking down the stairs. Then, she felt arms wrap around her abdomen tightly and a resting head on her shoulder, with breathing coming down her back. Still groggy from sleep, she let the arms tighten, thinking it was my dad. But then she saw the arms. They were pale, frail, and a bit clammy. The figure was almost the same height as her as well. All these traits did not match my dad. In a panic, she pushed away the figure and turned around. She saw that there was no one there. By then, my dad had just started to come down the stairs. "What's up, honey? You all right?" he said when he reached the bottom. He had an eyebrow raised at my mom's panicked state. "Did you just hug me?" my mom asked. "No," my dad responded. "I just got down here." "Don't mess with me, it's too early for pranks. I swear someone just hugged me," she said nervously. They went quiet for a while, and my dad went around to check the ground floor. He didn't find anything suspicious, so they let it slide. But things were only just beginning. Both my parents were very strong-willed and religious, so I think it liked to challenge them the most. A few weeks after this morning incident, it happened again. The master bedroom had a balcony attached to it. As it was a small space, the balcony only had a wooden door as an entrance. One night at 2 a.m., something began to knock at the balcony door. It started with a soft, continuous knock that woke them both. Then it escalated like someone banging on the door trying to knock it down. "Who's there?" my dad shouted, thinking it might be robbers. What replied chilled them to the bone. Something began to wail at the other side of the door. Quickly getting over his shock, my dad began to get angry and prayed loudly to chase this thing away. The banging reached a peak and stopped. After that deafening sound, there was just silence. Then there came this odd, sweet, flowery scent. They didn't need an explanation to figure out something had visited them. Sometimes on other nights, it was scratching, the sound of sharp nails against that wooden door. The maid's room was the last room in the house, next to the laundry room and the kitchen area. Since the first day of moving in, I got a cold vibe whenever I looked at the dim corridor leading to the maid's room. It was cold, and the darkness under the maid's bed was visible even from the corridor. A few months after moving in, the maid shared with my mom what had been happening around the house when all of us were gone in the morning. Some weird things also happened at night. In the morning, the maid could hear soft footsteps upstairs, and at night, she could hear someone in the kitchen opening the cupboard, clicking the ceramic mugs, and rustling the cutleries. At first, she thought it was one of us, but the kitchen light was never on, and the footsteps could sometimes be heard running in the kitchen. It liked to run across the laundry corridor, stopping in front of the maid's room, then doing it all over again. To her luck, her contract finished a few months later, and I think she was quite glad to be gone. In between my house and the neighbor's house on the left was a mango tree. It was big, reaching up to the second floor, just outside my bedroom window. Back then, I was told that tree had an occupant, or an owner. After 2 years living in that house, the tree had a singular mango fruit. It was average-sized, bright yellow, hung low from the tree, and seemed easy enough to pick. But my mom warned us not to pick it. As the neighbor warned us, sometimes at night an occupant could be seen underneath it. But either the neighbor's son didn't get the memo or just didn't believe in the superstition, because he decided to pluck it. That midnight, their house was visited by a crying figure. It was standing under the tree and was seen wearing a long white dress, and it had long black hair flowing down its back. Usually it was quiet, but that night it was wailing and began to circle that house. The house had plenty of glass windows and sliding doors. It woke the neighbor's maid when it stood outside her bedroom window. That window's curtains were closed, but the light from the moon was bright enough to outline the figure. Its sobbing voice was clear outside the bedroom window. It began to tap on it, a sharp nail making a clear sound on the glass. Tap, tap, tap. Then it wailed. The maid, scared out of her wits, quickly shot up, noped out of the room, and ran upstairs to alert my neighbors. When she reached upstairs, the wailing had stopped, and my neighbors were awoken by their frantic maid. They slowly went down to check the dark ground floor. Unlike my house, their stairs met the dining room with a large sliding door. The sliding door directly faced that mango tree. The ground floor was dark and was only illuminated by the moonlight shone through the sliding door. Then they saw it. Or now it was them, because there were 2 figures under the tree, one the silhouette of a woman and the other of a child. My neighbor quickly turned on the lights, but the figures had vanished. The very next morning, the sun placed the mango fruit back under the tree. My late grandmother, Nana, had her share of supernatural happenings when she stayed with us. She was 70 years old and stayed at the guest room downstairs, as she was too old to sleep on the first floor. This was after our maid left. Every day she would be alone in the house as my parents went to work and me and my sister were at school. Each time I got home in the afternoon with my mom, we would find Nana sitting quietly in the living room, slightly pale. Later that day, she would complain to my dad that she heard footsteps upstairs, cupboards in the kitchen opening and closing, and she felt a presence watching her from the dark kitchen. Since Nana wasn't the nicest person to my mom, I always brushed it off thinking it was because of her old age, but my parents believed it to be real. As for me, a couple of years after staying there, I started to hear things as well. Maybe I wasn't sensitive enough to detect these things earlier on. 11 p.m. one night when everyone was asleep, I was getting ready for bed. After turning on the radio to a low volume for white noise, I closed my eyes and let slumber take over me. I was just about to doze off when a sharp scream rang out right next to my ear. It was shrill, like a woman being attacked inside my room. My eyes shot open, but my dark room appeared to be empty. My heart seemed to be running a marathon. I quickly got out of bed and turned on my lights. Maybe the radio had an advertisement, I thought, but the radio was playing softly. Then I made the dumbest decision in my life. I opened my bedroom door to check. Maybe my dad was watching TV. But I was greeted with the darkness of the hallway. The atmosphere was still and quiet. There was a tension in the dark that beckoned me to come outside. Instead, I closed the door and I slept with the lights on. After 3 years there, we moved out, but my last encounter at that place really freaked me out. After moving back to our own home, my mom's potted plants still hadn't been transported yet, so after picking me up from school, my mom made a quick detour to the house. We stopped by at the front gate, but my mother forgot to bring the automatic gate's keys. Since the plants were just outside, I offered to climb up the gate and pick them up. As I mentioned, we had neighbors on the left, but the house on the right had been empty for years. When I climbed up the concrete gate, I heard loud noises that made me stop mid-climb. Noises like someone was shaking a glass sliding door violently. I turned towards the noise, and to my horror, it came from the empty house on the right. There, I saw the empty house's dining room sliding door being shaken in its entirety, like someone or something was angry that I was trespassing in the area. I broke from my frozen state, leaping off the concrete gate and running straight into the car. My mom, who had witnessed the event, quickly got in the car too and drove off. She turned to me and asked, "Are you all right?" My face was pale and my hand was shaking. I quietly replied, "Yeah, let's get out of here." It's been more than 10 years, and thankfully our current house is almost paranormal free. We do from time to time talk about the previous house. I'm glad we don't stay there anymore, and I hope the family that lives there now is safe and well. The Thing in My Woods, from Vaudrican. Not long ago, my friend Mix and I were exploring the woods near my house. We both had always felt off when we entered these woods. On this particular occasion, we decided to do a test someone told us about a while ago. We brought 2 compasses, placed them far enough that they wouldn't interfere with each other. The one on the right pointed diagonally to the left, and the one on the left pointed diagonally to the right, so that if you drew a line from them, they would meet a few feet away. We looked at each other and picked up the compasses. As we looked up, we both noticed a shadow around 30 feet away. We joked a little bit about it, but when we looked again, the thing had gotten closer. We tried to ignore it, continuing onward. I mean, we were in the woods. There were tons of different shadows around, so it didn't feel out of the ordinary to us. As we walked deeper into the woods, we heard a dog barking. It sounded like it was in the middle of the woods. So we drew our knives and began walking at a faster pace to find this dog. We knew that this forest was owned by someone, but there wasn't ever anything built in them, so someone's dog barking out here had never happened before. As we got closer to where we thought the dog was, it barked again and again. Every time it barked, it seemed to be further away from us. We decided to stop for a moment and look at our surroundings. That's when we heard footsteps, but they weren't next to each other. Each next step was in a new area. If the first step was in front of us, the next would be behind us. It didn't make sense. It did this until it had walked a circle around us of random steps. As we both tried to calm ourselves down, we heard a twig snap right behind us. We swung around, but found nothing. However, we knew something was watching us and probably following us. We decided to head back to my house, and right as we started walking, we heard those footsteps again. Panicking, we ran. Each time we sped up, the footsteps sped up as well, keeping pace with us. After we got out of the woods, I looked back, and I saw a shadow the size of a man. There was no face, only shadow. This wasn't the first time either of us had seen this thing, but that would be the last time we encountered it. We don't know what was in those woods, but we do know that nothing out there seems to be normal. That brings us to the end of this episode of Darkness Prevails. More terrifying stories are on the way soon, so subscribe and smash that like button. By the way, did you know this show is available as a podcast called Unexplained Encounters? Just search for, follow, and rate Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. This show is part of the EerieCast network. Go to EerieCast.com for more scary podcasts, such as Freaky Folklore, which explores your favorite monsters, myths, and mysteries, as well as Redwood Bureau, a fictional horror podcast about an agent on the run from an evil secret organization that captures supernatural creatures and entities. Well, thanks for tuning in. Stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.